Test, test. Test, test, test. So, hey, what's up, everybody? This is Phil. We are doing our live outbreak stream of Hurricane Milton. What we're going to do today, partly because Brady, Stormcat 5, is actually down in Florida. So he's down in Naples. Went down there with his dad today. Actually went down yesterday to kind of get their house set up and ready. They're assuming they're going to be okay on a surge level because it sounds like they're about 9 feet above sea level where they're at in Naples, and their storm surge, I think, was sitting right around 5 feet. So that's where he is. He was going to make a decision today right around noon today, as to whether or not they would evacuate or if they would kind of stay put. They do have a second story in their home as well. I think they're going to be staying put, from what I understood, because Milton didn't track any further south than they expected. So I think the surge levels are going to stay as forecast, right around 5 feet. So they should be okay. So they're staying there, but obviously that puts Brady in a position not to be able to just be on and stream live all the time. So he's got the link to be able to come in and set up when he can, and chat and talk and be on when he can. I'm going to kind of be manning the studio a little bit. I'm going to be in and out, but the idea was to really give you all an opportunity on this full view to kind of have access to see a number of different things. And of course, our good friend Vince Waelti is storm chasing down in Florida. He's at seethestorm.net. You can actually go to Vince's YouTube site, and I would encourage you to do this, because seeing a little tiny view of Vince is not probably the best visually. So I would just encourage you, if you got another screen or something, pull up Vince Waelti on YouTube and watch him full scale, and you can get his audio then and everything else. We're just going to kind of have that little thumbnail so you can see what he's up to down there and staying safe. We've got our weather on the meower kind of thing that we're gonna that's from Tampa, so that's giving you the Tampa forecast. Down below that, we have a live view from Sarasota, Florida, which is kind of where it looks like landfall might be coming in. We have our live radar using our Allison House data from our friends at Allison House that have helped set us up with that. That'll also keep track of some of the tornado warnings that are going on, which there are plenty. And shout out to Carly in the chat, who's keeping everybody up to date on what's going on with those tornado warnings. Right below that is our mesoscaleforecast.com weather toolkit, and this is showing you Hurricane Vision. So Hurricane Vision is an AI tool created by Andrew Brady, and what it's showing you right now are two things. There's two tracks. It's a pink and a purple track called Super. These are two of the AI forecasting tracks of Milton, and it's been hovering right between Tampa and Sarasota for the last probably 36 hours, so tracking that pretty well. And then it also shows you percent probability of the center or the eye tracking within 150 kilometers. It's about 90 miles of that point. So you can see everything in the pink. That's about 100% chance that the center of the storm is going to be within 90 miles of that area. So starting to thin that down, but again, it's really looking towards the Tampa, Sarasota area for landfall still, and it's been that way, forecast that way for a while, which is great. But so we'll keep you up to date on Hurricane Vision. So that's kind of what we'll be showing, and then occasionally I'll be jumping in if I see or hear things. But I'll be tracking as Brady, some of the other freaks are able to come on. I'll bring them in at that point as well. So it's going to be an all-day thing, guys. This is going to be a long day. It's going to be a long evening. Landfall is forecast to be midnight or later. So this could be a certainly a long day, but man, we're going to be streaming. We're going to be bringing you at least all this information and then jumping in when we can live to bring you some more updates that way as well. So shout out to Nikki's watching again. Good to see you, Nikki. Green Frogger's in. Freedom to Be. Good to see you. Julie's in. That's good to see Julie back. Of course, Carly moderating. We appreciate that. Caitlin Owens is always jumping in. So thanks, Caitlin, for joining us. I got LB. Who else we got? Glitter. Glitter is in. Okay, I'm at work. I'll check back later. Hey, put us in the background. We're going to be playing this beautiful music. Nice, soothing, relaxing music for work and keep you updated on things. Grifter. Sorry, not Glitter. Grifter. Glitter's a good one, too. If you want to change it to Glitter, I'd like both of them. So anyway, you guys rock. So just, hey, stay tuned. We'll be here. I'll be jumping in and out and bringing in Brady and the other freaks as they're able to come in. So stick around, and we will be in touch. All right, gang. Jumping in here for a little bit. Turn down that jazzy music. So hey, freaks, it's Phil. Let's guess. I want to give you a little update here from National Hurricane Center. This was their 1 o'clock update. Says Milton is currently moving northeastward at about roughly 30 knots. A turn towards the northeast is anticipated with a slower forward speed later this evening. So expecting it to kind of shift a little northeast. I think that still keeps it on track for what they're expecting, landfall in the Tampa Bay, Sarasota area. So I don't think that changes. But they are saying it's probably going to slow down a little bit as it's approaching landfall. So I'll kind of keep an eye on that a little bit as far as giving us a forecasted landfall time. I know it was probably forecasted to be after midnight tonight, so a little bit late, but we'll see if that slows down. It says tropical force winds are just offshore, and now is the time to stay inside and away from windows, listen for updates, get your battery-powered radio, charge your cell phone, flashlight handy, all that good stuff. There'll be another update coming up here at 2 o'clock. So they're basically now doing hourly updates on things. So we'll kind of try and keep that going as well. I see Farmer's Wife is on. What's up? Nikki's moderating for us along with Carly, which is sweet. Andrew B. What's going on? Raymond, Delmar girl. So we got a couple new folks jumping in. Again, the plan today is this could be a long day, folks. We've got with Milton coming in, what just probably 48 hours ago was expected to be a late afternoon landfall. Is now being forecasted probably after midnight. There are some models that are maybe forecasting a little bit earlier than that, but I think most of them are saying after midnight. Certainly there's a lot of tornado warnings going on as well, which was the certainly the big addition to this storm is the large tornadoes, forecasting certainly large hatched EF3 and greater size tornadoes. So and they've been going on here all morning, going south to north up Florida. You can see that on our Allison House data, and Nikki and Carly are keeping track of that in the chat as well, what the tornadoes are. But the plan today, since it's going to be such a long day, and as I mentioned earlier, if you were on Brady, Stormcat 5 is down in Florida. So he's down in Naples. He and his family have a house down there. And his father and he had flown down there to kind of get the house ready. As of right now, they are planning on staying, only because that track is staying north of them, heading towards Sarasota and Tampa. So their surge forecast is right around about, he was saying about 5 feet. And their house is about 9 feet above sea level. And they have a second story. So they've got a home that's definitely been built with all the codes needed for hurricanes. So they're pretty safe there, assuming those surge levels stay where they are. So he will be jumping on periodically when he can and when he has coverage. We'll also be getting throughout the day and probably closer to the evening. Some of the other freaks will be jumping on. Expect Serena. Dina's actually working at weather.com this evening, so if she comes on, it might not really be until much later. Jen Watson's possibly going to be jumping on, so we'll have periodic people jumping in as well as myself. I'm just kind of manning the video here today, and we'll be keeping an eye on it, but won't be on the entire time. So the goal is we'll be presenting you updates, live updates, and I'll kind of go through the screen here with you. In the upper left, we've got our cohort Vince Waelti, at seethestorm.net. His storm chasing coverage will be there. But as always, we encourage you guys, because I'm not going to be playing his audio, and it's going to be a little thumbnail. If you really want to see, I mean, the idea is just to kind of keep track of where he's at and what's going on, so that you really can, on another screen or another window, go to his YouTube page, Vince Waelti, go to his See the Storm YouTube page and pull up his live stream, and you can watch it and you can listen to it and you can see it on big screen and everything else. He's a great friend of the show, and we appreciate him at least keeping us up to date on where he's at and what things are kind of looking like a little bit. And then we've got our I call this Weather on the Meower for Brady. This is our weather updates, but it's set for Tampa Bay, so it's kind of giving the forecast for Tampa Bay and current conditions, so you can kind of keep an eye on that. We have a webcam at Sarasota, Florida that's live. They just went through, they must have gotten a rain band recently, so it's a little wet on that camera. There's a little hard to see that, but we'll see. I'll keep looking maybe for some other cameras we can show. And then Ryan Hickman, who's provided us the Allison House data, that's showing you. So that's going to be live radar of Milton as it's coming in, but it's also showing you where those tornado warnings are and where they're popping up, so we can keep an eye on that. Below that is our artificial intelligence, our machine learning hurricane vision, and this is from Andrew Brady, who we had on the show a couple months ago. But it's this is their hurricane vision. So what I'm showing right now is there's 2 tracks, machine learning tracks that it's looking at. One's in purple, one's in pink. But right now they're in very close agreement of coming in just south of the bay at Tampa. That's where eyewall is being forecast by this AI tool. And it's been pretty steady right there the whole time for the last couple days, right between Tampa Bay and Sarasota. So that's where it's looking at right now. It's shifted. It kind of shifted a little bit yesterday, closer to Sarasota, further south. Now it's kind of shifted a little bit back north, up towards Tampa Bay. But what the colors are, just kind of help explain that to you, is probability of the center of the storm coming within 150 kilometers of that location. So that's about 90 miles. So anything in pink is 100% for the most part, or very close to 100% chance that the center of the storm is going to pass within 90 miles of that area in pink. So it's certainly tightening up, and we're expecting that to probably hold true. So that's where we're at right now. Nikki did put Vince's live stream link in the chat, so you can certainly tap on that, get Vince full screen, get his audio, all that cool stuff. We love what he's doing. He's actually putting up some sensors right now, putting those out. So that's where that's what he's currently doing. I don't know where he currently is at. Looks like we got Mama G in the house. So welcome, Mama G. And yeah, so that's what's happening. Kind of give you a little update. Again, we'll be in and out. I don't know who and when, but as we get the freaks to come in and our meteorologists to come in, we'll kind of throw them on the screen to also provide updates. I'll be in and out as well. In the meantime, we will provide you some great data and some beautiful jazzy music. We're swinging it tonight with Phil on Jazz 23. I don't know. All right, gang. Andrew's saying it looks like Milton's currently left of the 12Z tracks. So it did say, as I mentioned, the update is that from the National Hurricane Center is that Milton is starting to track a little now northeast. From its path, it's kind of shifted a little bit, but that hasn't changed the forecast track because they kind of expected that would happen, that it would start to shift a little northeast. So that's roughly about what it's doing at this point. It's still listed as a Category 4 hurricane. Let me just see if there's any updates to that. Still at 145 mile per hour maximum sustained winds. So it's as expected. It's dropping. The winds are going to be dropping a little bit. They expect at landfall, it could potentially drop to a Category 3 storm as far as the winds are concerned. But as we're already starting to see, that eye wall is expanding, which means all those rain bands are expanding and the wind bands are expanding. So there's a lot of that going on right now. So, all right, I'm going to step out just for a second. Going to see if we have a couple other little video toys we can put up here for you to watch. And we'll be back. You guys can hang out and chat. And I'm going to check in with Brady, hopefully give you an update on him as well.
Testing, testing. Let me go this way. There we go. Let's make this full. All right, here we go. Hey, what's up, guys? Let me know if you can hear me. Here, let me turn the music off for just a sec. Can everyone hear me? Let's turn the music off. Pause that. Okay. All right, guys. Meteorologist Storm Cat 5 here. I am in Southwest Florida right now, Naples, Florida. Let me give you a quick peek outside of what we got. There we go. You can still see me. So we got some pretty strong wind gusts here. As you can see, we are in a tropical storm warning right now here in Southwest Florida. So we're expecting pretty significant conditions to deteriorate. We had an unbelievable day earlier today when we were in a lot of those tornado warnings. At one point, we were getting everything ready, prepping everything, and we look off to literally right off the shore. We couldn't see a tornado, but based upon the radar, if I'm on air, I'm going to say that thing's on the ground. So we had a tornado come really close to us earlier. It looks like most of the outer bands, but the tornado threat is shifting to the north now, as the eye of Hurricane Milton is about even with Southwest Florida right now. It's about even with Naples. It continues to trek the north and east. Now, guys, the really interesting thing is going to be, where does Hurricane Milton make landfall? Everyone's been asking that, and looking at the models and how much they've waffled back and forth. I've been asking the same thing. I mean, it's been a crazy, really stressful 24 hours trying to figure out exactly where Hurricane Milton is going to make landfall, and we don't fully know at this moment. The National Hurricane Center in their latest discussion at 11 actually mentioned it's going to be really hard to pinpoint the exact landfall location, because we are dealing with a very dynamic situation right now with the hurricane. I think the most likely place for this thing to make landfall is going to be just south of Tampa, so Sarasota, maybe even Venice. But right now, I've been really monitoring the radar and monitoring the trends of this thing to see. But guys, yeah, look at the winds here. So the winds are starting to gust a little bit higher here. Now, they were actually significantly higher when we were in the outer bands. The winds have actually calmed down here, and that's expected. When you get in the outer bands of a lot of these hurricanes, those will have significantly higher winds than you would have in the bands at the surface. So this is what it looks like right now. You can see some low clouds in the background. The clouds are absolutely, let me get that, there we go. Clouds are absolutely screaming right now out of the wind direction is still parallel to the coast right now in Southwest Florida. So that's my update. We are here, we are prepped. Let's see who we got in the chat right now. Oh, we got Nikki, we got Enjoy, we got Del Mar Girl, we got Jared Gillum. What's up, guys? Yeah, we've had over 20 tornado warnings in the past hour. We have had it's been a tornado fest down here. Just every one of these supercells is rotating. It's rotating quickly, and we're witnessing a tornado outbreak. I think now we're going to be starting to look at Central Florida is where this outbreak's going to go. So hang on, I'm going to take you inside for a second. Give me 1 second. It's going to lag out for just a quick minute. All right, now here's what I'm going to show you guys. And I'm just going to position this camera. Let's see, I'm going to position it over here for just 1 second. I'm going to go to my laptop. I'm going to share my screen. And I'm going to show you guys the radar, because this is what I've been keeping my eye on to look and see where the track of this, where Hurricane Milton is going to go. Because the important thing to know here is that any wobbles that we would have with this particular hurricane are significant in terms of impacting the end landfall location. So let's go here. Ooh, wow, Vince is just south of Sarasota. So that's Good to know. Okay, so let me go ahead and put 50 frames on this, and I'm going to go ahead and share my screen and show you what I am looking at. Here we go. Let's not share the audio. Let's share that. Okay. Hopefully you guys can see my screen right now. Let me bring it in. Here we go. Okay. So this is the radar. This is what Hurricane Milton looks like currently. And what we're doing is we are keeping a very close eye on the trends and the wobbles in this particular eye wall. And let me go actually up here to this radar. That's probably going to be the best. So, and what I've done here, I think a really good tool is you overlay the latest advisory from the National Hurricane Center. They're actually about to come out with one right now. So that'll be interesting to see what adjustments they've made there. But if you turn on the cone and the projected track, this shows you, okay, is this hurricane, is it staying on track according to the National Hurricane Center? Is it deviating? And we had those southern shifts. And I'm actually looking at this right now for the first time. I mean, that to me looks like it's staying very much on track, right? You've got your center line here, which takes it up just to the south of of Tampa, right? And I think right now the storm is following that track pretty closely, right? You see the center here, right? And the center is following right along that line, which would bring this thing right into the southern portions of Tampa. Just to the south of. I think Phil's getting on. Hey, Phil. Phil must be coming back to his laptop. But this is what we're looking at right here. I'm down here in Southwest Florida. So that's where I am right now. It looks like Vince is up right now just to the south of to the north of Inglewood, to the north of Venice. That's where Vince Waelti is right now, and that's where he's storm chasing. So he's well to the north of me, and that's what we're looking at right now. But I think looking at this, and Phil just hopped on as well, because Phil, what I'm trying to do is I've overlaid the National Hurricane Center. They're going to come out with a new track at 2 p.m. Eastern. So that's just here in about 10 minutes. So we'll look at that in just a second. But this is the latest track right now, and I'm actually going to get my laptop. But this is the latest track according to the Hurricane Center as of 11. And so far, it looks like Hurricane Milton has remained mostly on track, which would mean that their forecast, I would bet, coming out, or their advisory coming out, they would probably keep the landfall location just to the south of Tampa near Bradenton, is what I would put my money on. And the reason why we're talking so much about the landfall location is because it really is going to matter, especially this, whoops, what's going on with my computer? It's going to be so impactful to these folks right in here, because if the center goes to the north of them, then the worst storm surge is going to be here down into Port Charlotte and into Cape Coral. If the storm tracks a little bit further north into Tampa, which is still possible, then the worst storm surge would actually be here, and you would still have significant storm surge down in Inglewood, Cape Coral, and Fort Myers, but it would lessen the impact just a little bit. I think if you live in Inglewood, Cape Coral, Fort Myers, you're going to get storm surge regardless of where this thing tracks. Now it's just a matter of, for the folks up in Sarasota, Bradenton, and Tampa, that's really, I think, where the big question is in terms of the largest storm surge numbers that we see. I'll be right in that region. Phil, how are you, man?
I'm good. So as you know, I've been tracking the eyewall track via the Hurricane Vision AI models that we have through Andrew Brady and Atmosphere Analytics, and there's 2 of them, and they have basically been, in the last 48 hours, either going right into the Bay of Tampa or shifting a little south to Sarasota. But it is neither of the two tracks have drifted any further south than Sarasota. And
Yeah.
currently, one of the tracks is right back into the Bay of Tampa, going dead center, and the other's going into Bradenton. So it really hasn't moved for 48 hours as far as the forecasted track. So the models, I think, have been doing pretty good, and I would be, willing to bet that between Tampa Bay and Sarasota, it's
Yeah.
very likely going to happen somewhere in there.
Yeah. Yeah, that would be what I would bet. And we've been trying to look for wobbles so far since that southeasterly wobble that we had yesterday. And this might be the latest track from the Hurricane Center, possibly. They might have just put it up here. But so far, there hasn't really been any major wobbles today. It's been closely following this line from the Hurricane Center. And right now, even, it seems like the center is hard. Sometimes hard to tell on radar, but it still looks like the center of circulation is pretty much dead center on that line, right? If I pause it there, right at the end, the center of circulation. You got your winds wrapping around here, It still looks like the center of circulation is right on that line. So I think for in large part, no surprises so far, but it's been crazy down here, Phil. It got crazy for a little bit. We had a likely water spout right off the coast of us.
I heard you talking about that. Yeah.
I can pull up a video to show people real quick.
What was traffic like when you got in yesterday?
Traffic was we actually got in. What is it? Yeah, we did get in yesterday. Traffic was not bad at all. On the freeways, 75, we took 75 south. Didn't see a lot of traffic going 75 north. Of course,
Wow.
we landed in Fort Myers, so we were further south than the mass evacuation. There have been evacuations happening up and down the coast. But our plane was about half full, which is not normal. Had a completely row to myself. And then, yesterday was there were still restaurants open. There were still places open. We actually got dinner somewhere last night. And then today we've been doing some preparations and other things. And actually, sorry, I got in Monday. Yeah, I got in Monday night, not yesterday.
Oh, it was Monday. Okay.
Yeah, it was Monday. So we've been here now for about day and a half. But let me go ahead and pull up the video that I got earlier, because it was hard to see. I thought about going down closer to getting a better vantage point, but that wasn't going to be smart. And yeah, interesting thing. I've been looking at Twitter, and a lot of some of the ensembles come in. The Euro ensemble came in. Has it going right through Tampa? You guys can't see my screen right now, but let me go ahead and share that. But Phil, it's been crazy down here. I've seen some people here. Some people have gone, and there has been grocery stores yesterday and the day before. Pretty simple. There wasn't a lot of people. There were people there. It felt normal, right? Being at the grocery store, it didn't feel like there was long lines. The gas station, same thing. There wasn't really that long of lines down here in Naples.
And plenty of gas and plenty of food, like bread wasn't all out and all that.
So the bread was.
Okay.
There were still like buns and stuff. That was probably the only thing that was out. There's plenty of bottles of water.
Plenty of buns and bagels and English muffins.
Plenty of buns, bagels, and English muffins, all that good stuff. So yeah, it's been crazy. I think there was it was get a little crazy last night when that southern trend ticked a little bit in the models, and I think that was a point where it was a little stressful, because it was like, if it keeps ticking further south, that means significant storm surge,
right?
In the place that we're in. So, but if I pull up the video that I got earlier, because the winds have actually calmed down a little bit because we're not in the outer bands anymore. Those have kind of since gone north. Let me pull up.
Enjoyer wants to know if you stocked up on your G nugs.
Oh, we got some nugs. We got some nuggies down here. I tell you what, I did stock up on SpaghettiOs. That is for sure.
Spaghettios. Spaghettios.
Yeah, we got some SpaghettiOs. I haven't had that since I was about 10. So, but let me go ahead
So just
and
a
let me
couple
go ahead.
years ago.
Yeah, just a couple years ago.
It's only been a couple.
I know. Let me go ahead and share my entire screen. Now, I got to add it to the stage. I am on one screen today. So, whoa, what is going on there? All right. So here was earlier today, and I wonder if I can make this bigger. Let me see if I can zoom in. That didn't even work. Okay. Well, in the center of the screen, you can kind of see that circulation that went right offshore. I mean, I'm basically like here. That circulation was within
a
see half
it.
a mile.
You're not sharing your screen now.
Oh, really?
Something happened.
Let me try it again.
You freaked out and you clicked the off button.
Remove. Yeah, probably.
It's like, whoa, what's going on? To stop.
Whoa!
Remove.
All right, let's try it now. Is that better?
There we go.
Okay. So this circulation, I can't make it any. Well, I could download it, but I was basically right in here, and probably a little bit further north, right in here, and the circulation was within a half mile of us.
Wow.
And so we went up. We have a second floor here, so I went up on the second floor, and I looked out, and I was like, yeah, that's a wall cloud. This is what it was like when it was close. It got pretty crazy there for a little bit. Winds were whipping like crazy, and right before the winds picked up like this, I looked out over the water, and we're looking due east right now. So that would be where it would be if that thing was on the ground. But I was looking out there, and I saw a wall cloud, and it was a lowering. Let me see if I can. Did I put a picture up of that? Oh, I did not post a picture of that. I must have sent that. But I couldn't tell if there was a lowering or not on it. I couldn't tell if it lowered to the ground. But based upon radar, I would have bet a lot of money that there was a big water spout out there just off to my east. I'm sorry, west. So. But yeah, man, it's
that's probably not going to be the first one, Brady, or
no,
not going to be the only one. Be the first, but not the only one.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the radar, the good news is, the most of the outer bands now are to our north. So there still are some here.
Well, there's one that's pulling up through the Everglades as we speak. Yeah, that's a little east of you.
Yeah.
But then there's another one.
Let's look down here in Key West.
There's another one that's coming. Yeah. There's another one that's coming.
Yeah, here's the ones. Here would be, if anything was down here, here would be the ones that I would be looking at.
Yep.
Because these have pretty quickly pushed inland, and guys, I mean, we already saw a pretty significant tornado threat materialize, where we had confirmed tornadoes that have touched down in Fort Myers, and have done damage. We had a couple of PDS warnings. One that was actually over here by Lakeland earlier today, and then one that was down here near Fort Myers earlier.
There's like 8 or 9 active tornado warnings right now in Florida.
Yeah, which is weird because they don't want to show up on. Oh, there they are. Yeah, so they're all. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Okay.
Yeah, they're all over right now. It's an infestation.
Yeah, it is. We got palmetto bugs down here and tornadoes down here. So you got one. I mean, they are everywhere. So likely a tornado outbreak ongoing and there's. I mean, the thing about this is too, Phil. If people are still trying to get across this freeway to evacuate, these tornadoes are going right over top of the freeway. Which is not good. They've
actually been they've been picking them up on the highway cameras.
Yep.
They've actually been picking up some of the tornadoes earlier this morning, and like there was literally a super tall stovepipe that was going across 75.
Yeah, I saw that, and there was also a wedge in Lakeland. So. We've had some pretty significant tornadoes. Now, interesting thing is, look at Vince. Look where Vince is going to go position himself. He's going north. So I think Vince probably thinks that the landfall is going to be up here. My guess is he'll want to be on the north side of it anyway. So that is an interesting thing with Vince. He's going up positioning himself right just to the south of Tampa. Now I think let's just take one last look-see at this and just make sure we haven't seen any wobbles in this particular hurricane. It looks like it's mostly staying on track. Now the interesting thing is this thing was supposed to slow down. I don't see it slowing down. It's continuing to move pretty fast. And it actually looks like just in the last couple of frames, a little south of that line. Or maybe that's just the eye.
So the 1 o'clock update from the National Hurricane Center said it was currently turning towards the northeast as anticipated with a slower forward speed later this evening.
Okay, got it.
So they're expecting it maybe a little bit later to start slowing down.
Okay. Yeah, it still looks like this thing is moving pretty good to the north. And I'm wondering, let's look at their latest advisory here. Because I'm curious to see if they've changed landfall location at all. Don't think they have. Yeah, I think they have this thing making landfall just to the south of Tampa. Let me see if they've changed the surge numbers at all. So as of 2 p.m., they have not. So they've kept the surge the same. The surge is now 9 to 13 feet here in the worst of it, near just north of Charlotte Harbor. I believe it was 10 to 12 feet earlier. They still have a surge of 8 to 12 feet in Tampa Bay, which is it's hard to believe because if this thing's going to go just to the south of Tampa, they must be pretty strongly hedging their bets there, just in case this thing does in fact go north. But yeah, I think they have a discussion here. Let's read that really quickly, and then actually, I think they only put that discussion out every 5 hours or 6 hours, so we won't get a discussion there. Let's take a look at the advisory now. It's now to 130 with a pressure of 944 millibars. So this thing is weakening like expected. And now our pressure is at 944. So to give people perspective, yesterday around this time, the pressure was rapidly falling. I think the bottom fell out to about 902 millibars yesterday. So the pressure has come up a full 42 millibars since that update. The winds have come down. Now, the important thing is there's still catastrophic storm surge as expected, right? Just because it's weakening does not mean we're not going to get storm surge. Now, I'm curious to see, because they actually had this earlier today, they actually had this making landfall as a 130 mile an hour hurricane. So I'm curious to see what the fact that it's already 130, I'm curious to see if this is going to weaken further than that. I wonder. I don't know. Yeah, well, that is an interesting thing to me, though, is that they have that it already is at, because I actually think this was earlier, 15 UTC. I think this was actually earlier that they put this forecast out. But it's been crazy down here, Phil. Absolutely crazy. I know everyone in the chat has probably been dealing with a lot of this stuff. So let's just see what we got. Vince's truck is broke. Sue Rowland said that. Oh my goodness. Wow. Yeah, we've got tornado watches all up and down right now, guys. So yeah, it's been crazy down here for sure. But who else we got in here? We got Savannah Reed in here. We got Enjoyer. We got Sue Rollins, Nikki Marie, PJ, MM Patriot as well in here. So yeah, I'll probably do another check-in, Phil, later tonight as we continue to track this hurricane. There's a couple other things I want to go take care of too right now, but we're going to be watching this thing like a hawk as it continues to move to the north and east. Let me see if I can put the new track on here. I wonder if it's been updated. Let me try to refresh. What are you seeing, Phil? What are your thoughts on this hurricane?
I'm number one. I was trying to see if there was any video on I-75 of those tornadoes heading across the southern part of the state. Couldn't really see anything at the moment. A lot of wind and a lot of people heading east. And now I'm looking to see if we've got an update. Did you just go through the 2:00 public advisory?
I did, yeah.
Is that what you did? Okay, got it.
Yep, and they actually have this overlaid on here, 130-mile-an-hour wind speeds. Still moving north-northeast, so at some point this thing is supposed to take a turn to the northeast. But still, it's basically, I mean, it's following this line pretty closely. If anything, it's actually wobbling a little bit to the north right now. So that is important, though, guys. Look at the margin of error, right? I mean, the landfall location for this is still, Tampa is still in this, right? So is Venice, so is Sarasota, so is Port Charlotte. I don't think this thing's going to wobble to the south. I would highly doubt, because the trough it's pulling up, that this thing would wobble to south. So I think once it gets to your latitude, basically, so once it gets, past this point, it should not dive south. If anything, it would dive right. It would go right. It would go this way or this way, right? But it's probably not going to go like this. So, for example, like, the eye is almost even with Cape Coral right now. You guys aren't probably going to get the eye of the storm. Having said that, you are going to get significant storm surge up there. Fort Myers, Cape Coral, 8 to 12 feet was the latest projections, which is, I mean, just devastating after Hurricane Ian. A little bit over. We just passed the anniversary of Hurricane Ian a little bit less than a month ago, and now we're talking about 8 to 12 feet of storm surge again in Fort Myers and Cape Coral and those areas that got hit so hard. Granted, it was about 10 to 15 feet there as they got the brunt of it, but still, I mean, 8 to 12 feet is not good.
You are going to get some good winds though down there, I think, Brady.
Yeah,
because you'll kind of catch that northeast section of the storm as it's heading west to east.
Yeah, which are you talking about, the eye?
No. Well, the eye's kind of heading sort of west to east, a little southwest to northeast. Right, but you're going to catch that, that quadrant that's going to have the high winds. I'm looking at 64 knots. That's about what, 55 miles an hour?
Yeah, the forecast right now, the funny thing is we actually are under a tropical storm warning here. We're right on the edge of the hurricane warnings. We do have a hurricane watch, which, if you think about like winter storm watches, sometimes they'll put it on the very southern side just in case it reaches to kind of cover the bases here. The area that we're in basically talks about us having 15 to 20. Wow. Okay. That actually is less than when I last looked. 15 to 25 miles an hour with gusts of 45. With still the possibility of getting some higher winds from that.
So this is looking at hurricane vision as the storm approaches. It's obviously more of the right side of the storm that it's forecasting the higher winds, and what's approaching, I guess, you in Naples at the moment. You're currently in almost an 80% chance of seeing, 74 mile per hour winds.
Is that gusts? It's got to be gusts, right?
Yeah, I'm sure that'll be gusts. Yeah, up to that in gusts. I would have to double check if that's sustained or if that's gusts.
Yeah.
I will check. But it's that, I mean, that windier portion of the storm is what you're going to see further south of the eye wall.
Yeah. Yeah, it'll be an eventful night for sure. I think the interesting thing about this storm is it's going to make landfall most likely overnight. I know this thing has been speeding up, so around 1 a.m. it's going to make landfall, and that's when the worst surge will probably come on shore. So it'll be interesting to watch, and unfortunately, it is kind of timing up with a couple of high tides along parts of Florida's coast. I mean, the odds are that low tide will happen, and then a couple hours later a high tide will happen, and then a couple hours later a low tide will happen. So you're probably going to run into some sort of low high tide situation anyway with this storm, happening. So yeah, that's like all I got right now, Phil. I am about to go back, and we've got some more things we want to do. We still got power right now for now. I'd actually be curious to see if we lose power or not, but it is going to be Z models are coming in, and they have mostly in Sarasota. Interesting. Okay. Well, Phil,
keep jumping on, get the work done you need to get done. But when you can jump on and you got new updates to share, feel free to do that. And I know people want you to stay safe, and praying for everybody down there.
Yep. Thanks, guys. I'll be back. I'll hop on a little bit later. See ya.
Very good. See ya. All right, so I had a chance to get a little Stormcat 5 check-in, so it was good to hear from him. Again, thanks everybody for joining us. The goal today is to provide coverage basically throughout and through landfall tonight. Currently being forecast probably after midnight. Some models shown earlier than that, but for the most part, most of them are probably tracking around midnight or later, expecting this to slow down a little bit as it approaches and gets a little closer. In the meantime, we will continue to provide you some video and footage to keep you up to date, some lovely music in the background. But Brady will be back and forth, back on again. I'll be back in and out. And we certainly expect to see meteorologist Serena Arnold and possibly Jen Watson. And later tonight, meteorologist Dina Knightley. She is currently working at weather.com, tracking all of this for the Weather Channel's website. So we'll be coming in and out. So just stay tuned. I'll play some beautiful music in the background so you can kind of have that while you're working, while you're at home. Tracking things. I see up in the upper left-hand corner, Vince's stream is currently down, so I did see that his truck might have broke down, is what someone was saying. Phil, I sent you a DM on Twitter. Says Nikki. So I'm looking. I don't see a DM on Twitter, Nikki. Boop, boop. So try that again, or let me know if we need to do something different. But anyway, so hopefully Vince says he'll be back on later tonight, says Sue. So for the meantime, we'll kind of keep his stream, even though it's offline, we'll keep it connected and in the upper left-hand corner. So when he does come on, we can kind of track that a little bit. When it does come on and you want to watch Vince and get that bigger full screen and not a little thumbnail on your screen, just go to his YouTube page, Vince Waelti, seethestorm.net, and you can watch and listen, because we won't play his audio, but you can certainly watch it big screen while you're also keeping up to date on all the radar and all the updates. Below Vince's stream is our weather on the Meower for Tampa, so that just gives you the Tampa Bay current forecast and conditions, all that. Our Sarasota, Florida camera looks like they've gotten through some rain, so that's a little clear now again. But that'll help us. We've got our Allison House data, which will show you the live radar of Milton, as well as track those tornado warnings that are going up through right through the peninsula of Florida from south to north. So if you are in Florida, basically be aware of that all day today. You have got to be, if you are in Florida all day today, you got to just be watching the weather and be aware of what's going on. Beneath that is our hurricane vision. So this is our AI model tracking through atmosphere analytics. Andrew Brady has designed this, which is a great thing. But so currently what I'm showing you is this is shows you the two tracks. These are both machine learning hurricane tracks that have been great for the last 48 hours. I've been watching this. Both of these tracks are AI tracks and identifying basically the center of the storm, where it expects to be going, just like any of the spaghetti models. But I obviously like this AI learning model a lot better because it's not static. It doesn't have a static algorithm. It learns from that and can adjust and get better. But it has for the last 48 hours, both of these hurricane tracks have gone anywhere from the center of Tampa Bay, which one of them is back, going right through the bay, down to Sarasota, but it really hasn't tracked much further than those two locations. And those two locations are about 20 miles apart, so not very far at all. So it's been doing a pretty good job. And again, we'll see how this plays out. It's a model. It can change, but it adjusts and learns as we continue to move forward. The other thing this shows that I like is it gives you a probability of the center of the hurricane being within a certain distance of a location. So when you see this pink, you can see the probability key down at the bottom. We're getting close to 100% chance that anywhere in the pink, this is saying that the center of the storm has almost 100% probability of landing within a 150 kilometer range. Is about roughly 90 miles of anywhere in this area. So I mean, we can zoom in and we're tracking down to, South Venice. There's a almost 100% chance that it's going to land within 90 miles of South Venice, which probably tracking right through here. So that's kind of neat to see where that's going. And then the other thing is it gives us wind speed. So as I was talking with Brady, this also gives us an idea. And again, this is part of its machine learning models. This is looking at a 64 knot wind. I'm trying to get verification from Andrew on is this wind gusts or sustained winds, but 64 knots, it's about 70, close to 75 miles per hour. And it shows probability of being within those wind speeds. So where the hurricane is right now, Milton is right now, obviously it's 100% chance you're going to be within those wind speeds. But you can see it's certainly edging more on the right of the storm. That's where the stronger winds tend to be as it moves northeast. But it's directing towards, and this is why I was telling Brady, who's kind of down in the Naples area, that, so he's right down in this general area, that those wind speeds are approaching that southern end of this, right? Because it's a lot of those high wind speeds are going to be obviously near the eye wall, a little north of the eye wall, but certainly those are going to stretch further down south of the coast. There are going to be some very high wind speeds down here, even though the eye wall is going to be up at Tampa Bay, and you're going to see hurricane level winds way much further south. So I kind of like that it's tracking that as well. We're just going to keep an eye. What I'm going to leave on here is just kind of keep an eye on the center of the storm, the tracks of the center of the storm. I'll keep that up here. And if anybody's interested, so you can go to mesoscaleforecast.com. If anybody's interested in it's the subscriptions, they're pretty inexpensive. You can get your own subscription to this. There's lots of other tools on here, including tracking tornadoes and probability of tornadoes, which I think is the real uniqueness of this AI tool. But here, actually, you know what? Let's look at that. Let's go ahead and look at the tornado tracking levels. I'm going to take out the current warnings and I'm going to fill the contours. So this is all AI tracking, and it shows probability of a tornado within that certain area. And so we've got this current tornado warning. I'll pull those up again. That's by north of Gardner, Florida. It is showing, as we look at that now, it is definitely showing a almost 60% chance that a actual tornado will fall within that general area around that storm. So this kind of gives us a good idea too of probabilities of actual tornadoes, and it's based on lots of things associated with that storm. And I think this is updating, every couple of minutes. This is updating. So this shows, again, within the next hour, we can also go, this is going to be probably a little bit harder with a hurricane, but the track within the next 3 hours, the possibility of a tornado. We'll get the warnings out. Let's fill the contours. So again, this within the next 3 hours, you live anywhere in this part of South Central Florida. This covers Sebring, goes all the way up to Palm Bay, Sebastian, as we're going down the west coast, Vero Beach, Lakewood Park, Fort Pierre, Port St. Lucie, Buckhead Ridge, Lake Placid, Taylor Creek, Moorhaven. This entire area has got 60% chance of having tornadoes within the next 3 hours. So, and that continues to updates, but it's another neat little tool. If you go to mesoscaleforecast.com, you can sign up for subscriptions to this stuff and track this stuff yourself as well. The thing you can do if you want to get a subscription is you can use our code. It's Storm Front. Use that code Stormfront, and it actually will give you a 10% discount for life on your subscription. So feel free to use that. I'm going to pull up Hurricane Vision again. And we got this. So we'll continue. That will continue to update for us. We got that. So we will let's get you an update. I got to check, Nikki. I got your... Oh, you got some time-lapse footage. Confirmed tornado, Broward County. Yeah, so I'll be honest with you, Nikki. This was, or at least one of these, not the time-lapse, was what I was seeing earlier today as people were tracking on the Florida highway cams. And they tracked some of those storms going across I-75 and those tornadoes. So that's amazing. And there was a really tall stovepipe tornado. I was like, wow. Because normally hurricane tornadoes, they're really quick spin ups. They're pretty low to the ground. It spins up, goes a little bit, and then it's up in the air. Then there's one probably right behind it somewhere, spins up, comes down. Not usually super strong. But today, that's not the case. Today, if you are in Florida, you need to be aware and have a weather radio and have all that kind of good stuff so you're getting updates. So keep on chatting in the chat. I'm going to step out for a little bit. Let's get you some good music playing. Let's see what we got here. Let's try something else. Yeah, we'll do a little night driving, folks. We'll do a little night driving. All right, we'll be back. Catch you guys soon. All right, so hey, just coming in, let's get an update here. We've got our National Hurricane Center 3 o'clock update. We have, here's what they're saying, multiple tornado warnings in effect, as we're well aware, across the Florida Peninsula. Tropical storm force winds now moving onshore on the west coast. If tornado warning is issued for your area, okay, so nothing new there. We're currently at maximum sustained winds at 130 miles per hour. We're kind of well aware of the location. We're also looking at current central pressure at 948 millibars. So we are still at we're at 130. So we're still on the lower end of a Category 4 hurricane. So still Cat 4 as of 3 o'clock. I'm going to get a update on our hurricane hunters. Maybe not. Loading. So currently we are looking at, what do we have? Looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 tornado warnings. One of them looks like it is confirmed. So this is one of them that's heading into, let's get an update on this. So near Yeehaw Junction, tornado warning for, it's in Okeechobee County. This is now saying it's canceled. Let's get a look at our velocity here. I don't get velocity on this one. All right, that's not canceled. So this is confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado located over Blue Cypress Lake, moving north 30 miles per hour. So this is relatively new. So again, Yeehaw Junction, and again, Cypress Lake, Blue Cypress Lake, confirmed tornado. So obviously take shelter there. We've got them now moving up now the east coast of Florida. So we've got a whole line here from roughly Palm City, Stuart, Florida, all the way heading up the coast, Port St. Lucie, White City, Fort Pierre, St. Lucie. What do we got? Indrio, Viking, Oslo, Vero Beach, South Beach, Gifford, and Indian River Shores, all in a tornado warning currently as we speak on that band. We have another band that's going up the East Coast. And again, that includes kind of that Yeehaw Junction. And there's another tornado warning for Deer Park. And that line won't move. Hospaw, what is this one? Holopaw. So that's on the East Coast. Now we've got this other band, hurricane band, heading up Central Florida. So we've got a number of tornado warnings. This one here down south. This is for Big Cypress National Preserve. So probably not doesn't look like a very populated area there. Likewise on this one north of that, near Rottenberger Wildlife Refuge. So that's kind of down in the swamplands. And then getting up closer towards central Florida, we've got, this is an interesting polygon, but this includes Brighton, Florida, Plains, Florida, and then a second one for DeSoto City, Sebring, Avon Park, Berea, Frostproof, Fort Meade. This one's a big one here. Bartow, Westlake, Wales, all the way up to Highland City, Eagle Lake, Waverly, all in that central tornado warning. So we've got multiple bands here, one along the East Coast and one going right through central Florida, south of Orlando. So those are all, again, moving south to north. Another band that's coming in, you can see that's currently from down in Key West, moving up near Cape Coral. This one potentially, as this one whips through, I certainly would imagine it to do very similar situations in providing tornadoes. Let's look at, let's do a mesofill on significant tornado potential. So our significant tornado potential here on our Allison House data, this is covering most all of southern Florida, so south of Orlando, and directly south, the entire peninsula south of Orlando has high significant tornado potential there. So that's just why we're seeing all these tornado warnings pop up off of these bands. And like I said earlier, I certainly would expect these bands that are currently all the way down south to Key West, heading up near Naples, Cape Coral, that band, which will likely kind of start moving northeast, I would imagine do the same thing. We'll put the radar in motion. And here's this band coming in now. So yep, it's drifting northeast. This will likely do the same thing. So if you are south of Orlando on the peninsula of Florida, you need to be weather aware. These are going to be popping up left and right, these tornadoes and these cells. Certainly got to be aware of that. So latest update, Milton's still a Cat 4, low-end Cat 4 hurricane. So expect that to be the same, although it is dropping wind speed. Let's do this. Get set up there. Geez, a lot of tornado warnings. Holy cow. Get a little update on our Hurricane Vision AI tracking. So there's our spaghetti models. A lot of the spaghetti models, as you can see, are tracking into Sarasota. Kind of zoom that up a little bit for you. But some south, some north. I'm going to just get rid of all of those spaghetti lines and leave it just to our AI lines. And this is interesting. So there has been a little shift south. So earlier our two hurricane forecast tracks on Hurricane Vision. So again, this is an AI machine learning tool that basically adapts to other models, also adapts to the hurricane. As you can see, this track, which earlier, probably with an hour ago, one of the tracks was going straight into the bay. So it kind of shifted north over the last 24 hours. The other was shifting right into Sarasota. These have now shifted a little south. So one of them looks like it's kind of into South Bradenton, but the one that was in Sarasota has now drifted to South Venice. So that's dropped. That's dropped a little bit. So it's gone from the Bay of Tampa. This track is probably 50 miles, 40 to 50 miles south of the Bay of Tampa. That's interesting that it's picking up maybe a little bit of a southward trend, because they were expecting and forecasters were expecting this to maybe, if anything, bump up a little north, which these super tracks were showing a little bit of a movement back north. So it was a couple days ago, it was in Tampa Bay. Yesterday, it kind of dropped a little south near Sarasota. And then earlier today, it was kind of back up to Tampa. And this is new. I'm just starting to see this now. It's potentially drifting, the forecast drifting a little further south. So South Venice. So just interesting to keep aware of that. Again, some of those changes will affect a little bit of the wind speeds, certainly where the eye is. That will dramatically have an impact on wind speeds in this area. But the issue is it could potentially push some of that surge levels a little further south. We could start seeing higher surge levels south of where the impact's going to be. So little update on that. What else we got to look at? We'll kind of probably leave it at that for right now. We'll be back with some more updates. We'll check in with Stormcat 5 meteorologist Brady Harris, and expect here throughout the evening, we're going to be here all night as Milton comes ashore. Expect to also see meteorologist Serena Arnold pop in. We may see Dina Knightley pop in. She's working at weather.com this evening, tracking this. So if she jumps on, it might not be until definitely later near landfall. And Jen Watson, meteorologist Jen Watson from the Weather Channel, mentioned she might be jumping in. So still, we'll have some surprise visits from some folks. I'll be coming in with updates. Brady will be coming in with updates. And we'll leave you with what we got on the screen. Looks like we have Storm Chaser Vince Waelti. Looks like he's back, streaming at least. So we'll just kind of keep an eye on him. We'll keep him on the screen. No audio there, but certainly if you see that he's back in action, I would encourage you go to his YouTube page, pull up Vince Waelti, see the storm.net, and just track him on the big screen, on another screen. You can turn up his audio that way as well while you're watching some of the radar and updates that we've got. We've got our weather on the Meower for Tampa right below that, a live image of Sarasota, Florida below that, and we will be back. How you doing? Yeah, I'm not on. I'm just showing videos and stuff. And you haven't had one yet? Yeah, that's fine. No. Yep. Okay. Are you having something besides cookie and Cheez-Its? Okay. What's up, Brady? You back on? Ooh, Brady's getting some rain.
Yeah, give me 1 second, Phil. I'm just positioning this, and then I'm going to hop on a live here.
Okay, sounds good. We're ready.
So I'll position this camera outside. Is that good?
Yeah. Yep.
How's the audio? It's not too bad, is it?
No, you're good. We got you.
Okay, cool. I'm going to go get on my, whoa.
All right, so stay tuned. We got meteorologist Stormcat 5, Mr. Brady Harris, going to be joining us again here live from Naples, Florida. While we're waiting for Brady, look at this live webcam from Key West. That's the southernmost point of the United States. It's a famous landmark there down in Key West. I've been to a couple times as well. But you can see Key West is getting nailed right now. Massive waves taking that over, and there's people that will still you'll see coming to screen. Still want to get their picture taken, I guess, in front of that landmark. But Key West is definitely seeing massive part of that storm. I'm going to move this. So this is my point. I mean, you look at the eye of the storm. Let me do. So if you look on our Allison House data here, Key West is way down here. I mean, we're talking probably 150 miles at least from the eye of the storm. And we were talking about how the strongest winds are going to be kind of on that southern, southeastern part of the storm. And when you look at what's happening in Key West, that is definitely what's going on. I won't lie, it kind of looks a little fun, to be honest with you. You know, it's not overly dangerous. Waves are coming in, not going out. So it's not going to take you yet. It's not going to take you with you out into the ocean. So still waiting on Brady to jump on. Let's get. I'm gonna find a good layout here. What can we do? There we go. So that off to the left, that lower image is in Naples. That's where Brady's at right now. He's working on jumping on and joining us shortly, but at least we've got a camera to what he's seeing outside his door in Naples. Oh, lost it.
And Phil, I'm going to make a post real quick and just let everyone know. I'm just texting my family members right now. Okay.
You gonna bring your dad in later?
Watching the winds. So I'll probably bring him back later. Give me one more second. Just letting people know. Phil got some unbelievable. Actually, hold on. We almost got hit by 2 tornadoes earlier, Phil. It was crazy.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I told you there was another line that was coming up there that was. You might. And it's more. There's more still coming, right? There's still more hurricane bands.
There are some. Yeah, we're actually the crazy thing is we're actually going to be rain free else than these bands. So. Yeah.
Yeah, I was earlier was showing how the significant tornado potential was all just south of Orlando and covered the entire southern portion of the peninsula.
Yeah,
and that's what's happening. It's like every hurricane band that's coming ashore south of Orlando is kicking out tornadoes.
Yeah, it's insane. It is. I mean, I saw it when I went over top. Here, I'm going to switch cameras now. I'll be back.
I saw the National Weather Service in Key West has issued more tornado warnings today than ever. The last, I think I saw 47 tornado warnings have been issued already today, and the highest prior to that was like 37 or 34 during Hurricane Ike. Anybody in the chat like to be down in Key West right now at that location? The good news is I don't know that Key West was definitely not an evacuation zone, so I think they're pretty safe to just kind of have fun in the wind and the waves. Whoa, that was a big wave. That just came in. Look at that. Some kid's got a inner tube. He's waiting to head out. Dude, if he, and the woman does too. Man, if they get out, if they get taken out to the ocean, they're in trouble. They are in trouble. All right, so we're still waiting for meteorologist Storm Cat 5 Brady Harris. He's getting set up here. He's going to join us again with an update, but currently is sharing a camera view of his location near Naples, Florida. As you can see, certainly cloudy skies. Said recently he had a couple tornadoes come close, pass through, which he's obviously down on that southern end of the Florida Peninsula, which all day today and still for the foreseeable future is going to be getting tornadoes as those hurricane and rain bands come ashore. I'll pull up here on my screen up there on the Allison House data. Let's go ahead and pull up our significant tornado parameter and see what we're looking at. So again, as you can see, pretty much hasn't changed much. I'm going to pause this, go forward. All right, so this is current south of Orlando. It looks like we've got 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 tornado warnings currently in that southern Florida area. One of them, tornado producing storm located near mile marker 30 on Alligator Alley. And we have another one here, confirmed tornado located near Palm City, moving north at 35 miles per hour. And then a third one, confirmed tornado located near Kenansville, moving north at 30 miles per hour. So those are confirmed tornadoes that definitely mean they've been on the ground, they've been seen, witnessed, viewed, So definitely be aware there. But you can see the significant tornado parameters very high south of Orlando, covering almost the entire peninsula, southern peninsula, south of Orlando, clearing up a little bit now down by Miami and south of Miami down the Keys. But gives you a little update to what that's looking like.
Hello, Phil. Can you hear me?
Hey, we got you. We got
Fantastic. Fantastic. Let's go ahead and
trying to get you on here.
Yeah, here we go. I got it. Wait, I got it.
Okay, you got it.
Yeah, there we go. We're let's see if I can get a better layout. That'll. Okay, cool. Hey, what's up, everyone? We're gonna keep it with all these layouts. We're gonna try not to get too fancy today. Let me see if I can put. Whoa, that layout's messed up. That's all right. Let me turn on the display names as well, so we can do that. Guys, it has been a crazy 24 hours here. Let me go ahead and Phil, I'm gonna tweet something out too, real quick. And we're going to put on, okay, we're going to put on a different layout right here that just has that. Okay, we're just going to, whoa, what happened with that camera? Webcam. All right, we're not going to use that layout then. Let's use a different layout here. Sorry, guys, I'm just trying to find the right layout to put on. Guess that one's good as any. That way we'll include the chat. We love it. People want to see yourselves chatting away. So, all right, we got the Naples, Florida camera as well. Let's reposition my camera. It's a little bit too high. Got a lot of updates for you guys. A lot of you guys saw my tweet earlier today. I'm gonna go ahead and tweet out right. Hurricane Milton up on the radar. And we're going to have to adjust this a little bit so you guys can see what's going on with that. Guys, this is what happens when you're in a hurricane and you're trying to broadcast on a hurricane. Things just tend to happen. I'm very surprised, Phil, that we still have power.
Are you really? Okay.
Well, actually, a little bit. Because we're only getting tropical storm force winds right now. Isn't too bad, but there's been some really interesting trends on the radar that I'm going to be honest, Phil. This might go to Tampa. This hurricane might go to Tampa. Most likely landfall is probably going to be south of it, but it has been well north of the line all day, and so let me go ahead and got to do a couple things. You go ahead. You can go ahead and talk for a second while.
Well, it's interesting because a lot of the spaghetti models still showing. I'm seeing still showing Sarasota. And have been for a while. As I mentioned earlier, those Hurricane Vision AI models kind of shifted even south now in the last couple hours to show the Bradenton, South Venice area. Which is a good 20 to 40 miles south of the Bay of Tampa there, but
yeah.
So it's just interesting. I agree how it looks like the on radar the track is now shifting a little northeast, like was kind of forecasted a little bit, but the spaghetti models haven't reflected that.
Yeah, it is at this point, right? I'm kind of now casting because this is I'm looking at and I just put out a YouTube video on this. I'm looking at the trends of where is this going right now on radar because we are hours away from landfall here, and you could very clearly see. Look at this. The past hour, this thing has been trending well north of the line. This is the latest advisory. The forecast right now actually has it taking into Sarasota, and this hurricane is a good, 10 miles. The center is actually about 10 miles off of that line. So it's so important to look at these things because sometimes it's a wobble, sometimes it's a trend, right? Like we saw with the southeast wobble, we've had kind of two major wobbles the past day that have really impacted the path. Yesterday it was that southeast wobble that no one expected. The hurricane just dove south, and that was when everyone was like, okay, Tampa, it's going to be south of Tampa, Bradenton, Sarasota. And even last night, I mean, you guys saw me on Twitter, the thing had trended south all the way to making landfall in Inglewood, which I still think is possible. But right now, I mean, the center is almost even with Inglewood, right? I mean, unless this thing takes an absolutely hard right turn, which it's going to take a turn, and it is starting to go northeast, but it's not going to go due east, right? Unless this thing just completely decides to have a mind of its own. So it's really interesting to look at these trends because they will have impacts, just like the impacts yesterday. The impact that it had yesterday on the track, they will have exact impacts on the landfall location. All right, I'm going to go ahead and tweet out real quick the link to this. I'm also going to put out the chat. Whoa, that's an ad.
My business because it is
Phil, what are you seeing? Hurricane Vision is trending a little bit to the south.
Actually trend a little south. But we are seeing those wind, the wind, we're not going to do that. Let me find it here. So the 64 knot winds, so we're talking roughly 75 miles per hour, still looking, if you were to look at the center of the hurricane, the eye of the hurricane, those stronger winds are more on the southeast end of the eye wall that extend further. Right? The stronger winds are obviously around the eye wall, but they extend and stay stronger as you go southeast of the storm. So currently looking at as far south as Marco Island.
Yeah.
Gonna definitely be a part of some of those stronger winds. So Marco Island north of that are basically they're going to be seeing 74 mile per hour plus wind gusts from this storm. So it's going to extend, those winds are going to extend pretty far south.
Yeah, they are. And the size of this storm now has grown significantly since it was yesterday. There was a point where the entire hurricane could fit, like the entire radius of hurricane winds could have fit in the eye of Hurricane Helene. So that just shows you how small, compact that system is, and that is actually what helped it get so strong because it was so small and compact. But now this thing has really expanded in size and is getting completely sheared apart by the wind shear, which is decreasing the intensity. Having said that it still is a 130 mile an hour Category 4, right on the edge of Category 4, right? Any lower and it'll actually become a Category 3 hurricane, but it's kind of maintaining strength as the pressure is slowly increasing. Let me just put this.
Carly says, Brady, you look tired.
Yeah. Just wait till tonight. Yeah, I'm gonna be up all night tonight. So we're gonna be up all night tonight because we prepped the house. We're all good to go. We'll get some surge here, but probably not enough to make a difference. So I'll probably be up all night watching this.
Got your coffee
thing.
and Mountain Dew.
Yeah, and it's a good
Celsius.
Yeah, exactly. The crazy thing is, Phil, we drove through the neighborhood earlier because we may have parts of the driveway, right, that get a little flooded, so we didn't want to get the car in that. But earlier we drove through the neighborhood and there were still people that were getting on I-75 and evacuating. And that's a good thing. And actually, check this out, guys. We just had Milton drop down to a Category 3 hurricane. So this is the four. They're doing updates every hour now. And Hurricane Milton is now officially weakened to a Category 3. That does not impact that won't necessarily have significant impacts on the actual end result here. But the good news is we're going in the right direction in terms of the strength. We're weakening instead of strengthening. Now, the other today, there was a lot of people that were still leaving Southwest Florida and driving east. As they did so, look at I mean, we had supercell after supercell. One is right now going through, about to go through Fort Lauderdale. And these are tornadic in nature. I don't know why my alerts aren't on there. We're probably going to see a tornado warning here in Fort Lauderdale. But there's a lot of people that are going across 75 today and staying to go to their hotels in Fort Lauderdale. And as they did so, there were tornado after tornado that touched down close to the freeway. So, you know, we had even talked about doing something like that. And we're just like, we're going to be driving through tornadoes all day. Like, it's insane. That's why it's really important to you know, if you're going to evacuate, you do not want to wait till the day of, because you can have things like this where we've got, I mean, we are looking at a full-fledged tornado outbreak. This is another one that's about to touch down right along Highway 75, almost as you get to Fort Lauderdale. This is actually near Weston, which I have a coworker that lives there that I'm going to text right now and tell him to get to shelter. Because I literally, I was talking to him and he's like, yeah, I live in Weston right near Fort Lauderdale. So give me 1 second. I got to get my phone, which is outside. So I'll just email him. But yeah, it's absolute insanity out there right along Highway 75. The good news is the biggest tornadic threat is actually north right now. And if we would pull up another radar here, we've got several tornado warnings. This is the outer band that's been producing storms all day, right along this axis, right here. Actually, probably a little bit to the south here. This has been our big tornado producer. These are the outer bands that came through, you know, Naples, where I'm at right now. These are the ones that came through. And I can tell you right now from looking at them, every single little notch that went close to me, like, you know, when I say notch, you know, think when I draw the whales, right? Every single like whale foot, that's like the base of the storm. Because this is like, for example, this storm right here. You know, this isn't as good of an example. This storm down here, let's look at the one in Fort Lauderdale because it's a better example of this. If that would load. This storm right here, see that little hole right there? Right there. That's your whale structure. I always draw that. That's a supercell. And we had supercell after supercell that came over my head earlier today. Every single one of them that I would go outside and look at, guys, they all had a wall cloud. All of them had a wall cloud on them. They were all rotating. And I'm like, this thing's going to plant right in front of me. I mean, it was absolutely unbelievable what we were seeing earlier today. And that band that went over top of me that I experienced is now going north to, and that's really our big tornadic producer. So we're likely going to see a tornado warning here, right? This storm's crossing I-75 right now. We've got another tornado warning here just to the west of Bonton Beach. It's significantly inland though. And then we've got just several tornado warnings up here, up and down kind of the east coast of Florida, where, I mean, we've got a total of 5 right now warnings. So it's been pretty wild. It's been a pretty wild day, and we continue to see Hurricane Milton, which is now a Category 3. And I need to update my graphic because I realize that is Tropical Storm Francine. That is not what we're looking at right now. So give me just 1 second. But it's been a crazy day. Absolutely crazy day from this hurricane. Let's put that over there, that over there. Okay, let's see if this. Okay. So let me go ahead and update this graphic because this is not Tropical Storm Francine. This is Hurricane Milton. That was, I think, the last time I did this graphic was on this computer. But guys, I love for you guys in the chat. Let me know what you're thinking, where you are. Let me know what questions you have. What trends are you seeing on the models? And the interesting thing is too, I don't know if anyone else is in Vince's stream, but he's up near Tampa. Vince Waelti is up here with his tornado symbol. He's up near Tampa. So, and we've got Aaron Jajak, who was down. He was down actually in Port Charlotte and Fort Myers earlier. He's now repositioned to Venice. So my guess is he's going where he thinks the worst surge is going to be. And if this landfall would keep going like this, it's going to get really close to the mouth of Tampa. So that is I mean, look at this. Look at this deviation, guys. This right here is the track since the last advisory. This right here is the hurricane center track. So we are looking at a significant deviation to the north this time, not to the south. This is actually trended a little bit further north now. I'm really interested how this is going to play out.
Does that dot, that doesn't look like it's centered on the eye, though.
No, it's not. Let's look at a different radar here. That's more centered, I think.
Yeah.
Because here's your eye wall right here, wrapping around, and the eye wall is actually there are two eye walls. There's this inner eye wall, and then there's actually an outer eye wall, which the National Hurricane Center is using for their forecast. So because this storm is being sheared apart and weakening right now, it also has two eye walls now. So it's also going through an eye wall replacement cycle, it looks like. And I don't think it's going to have time to complete it, and it's not going to be healthy enough to complete it before it makes landfall. So that's another good piece of news with this, is that it still is weakening. Now that is not the surge is pretty locked in, unfortunately, for folks that are right and just south of landfall near Venice, Sarasota. That surge is still going to be significant. But if this trend continues a little bit further north, folks in Marco and Fort Myers, or Naples, where I'm at, could see a little bit less surge. The folks in Fort Myers could see a little bit less surge. Still significant surge though is expected in Fort Myers and even in Southwest Florida down there. 5 to 8 feet is the latest projection there. So let me update my graphic real quick for the latest advisory, so we get that information there. How's everyone in the chat doing today? I know we've been can send Nikki some love for doing this on her own. Yes, Carly, we will. Guys, let's give a lot of love to Nikki in the chat right now. Yeah, Phil, sorry about I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to stream today, so no, we kind of just did this as spur of the moment, but things have been changing so quickly. I was just like, not good. Okay. All right, let me update this right here, because this is actually hurricane. I think the latest winds are 125. The latest pressure is what? Guys, help me on the chat. I think the latest pressure is like 9.
Nikki said 950.
950, and I believe now the key thing is going to be looking at the direction here, because I want to see what direction they have this moving at. Let's see, here's the update. The update has this moving still, it's still moving northeast at 17. Now, interesting.
We're on the edge of the seat. He said it's interesting, and we lost him. Maybe he lost power.
Uh-oh.
No, there we go. We got you back. So you were saying something about Brady, 17 miles per hour heading northeast.
Am I lagging, or Phil, are you lagging?
You are lagging.
Oh, it's definitely me.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm mute.
His phone camera angle, though, out front of his door is pretty good. We're getting that. We're getting that video. So we're good there. Thanks, Nikki. This is great. You guys have been awesome, and I'm just I love the fact that you guys are sticking around. You're around, all that. So you, Carly, Mama G, helping us out. So that's great. So yeah, we lost Brady a little bit, lagging. My assumption is on his laptop can only do so much at any given time, but looks like he's coming back in. So while he's doing that, I'm making our little Twister film cell keychains. We're going to be sending a bunch of these to the to the Mid-Atlantic Severe Storms Conference. So if you're attending that in late April, we'll have a bunch of these for you there. And Stormcat's back.
We're back. We're back. Don't worry, LB. We're back. We are back and ready to roll here. And LB, do me a favor. Spread the word to the peeps. Let them know I'm live. I don't have my phone. Because right now, guys, my phone. Let's take a look at our live Naples camera.
Yeah, that's been going strong.
Oh yeah.
Good image. Haven't lost it.
Somehow I'm the one that's like lagging, even though my phone that's outside the house. So this is our live Naples camera right now. I mean, look at that. You would see that. You would look at that camera and be like, yeah, it's a relatively not a bad day, right?
It's not too bad yet, or at the moment.
Not too bad yet. Yeah, but this just goes to show you it really, the worst conditions are still offshore, right?
It can change in a heartbeat, I suppose, when you get those hurricane bands, rain bands coming through.
Yeah, they could change in an absolute second, and especially if you're on the outer periphery of a hurricane, and we got a gust right there. But if you're on the outer periphery of the hurricane, it just goes to show you that, and I want to see if I can get some audio on that, Phil. Have you ever able to hear audio on that?
Yes. I think we still hear it a little bit.
Oh, do you? Oh, wait.
Yeah, I mean, we can hear it. It's not overpowering, which is kind of good.
Hello, test. Okay, there we go.
Yeah, we're hearing the gust.
Okay, here we go. That way we can mute it now if it gets too bad. But I wanted to include the audio just to give an idea of what it kind of sounds like. The audio isn't going to be great. Yeah, exactly.
Sounds windy.
Sounds very windy. But I mean, it is interesting. And I'm actually looking right out my window right now. It's completely dry here. The crazy thing about this storm is the southern side of it is so lopsided that it won't. There actually won't be a lot of rain on the southern side, but there will be storm surge. So it's like you're kind of getting it both ways, right? On the northern side, you're getting significant rainfall, flooding rain, and some of the worst winds. On the southern side, you're getting drier conditions, but you're getting the outer bands, and you're also getting the storm surge, which is probably going to be the most damaging part of this hurricane. But it is kind of interesting, right? It's kind of pick your poison here as we approach landfall. We'll keep checking in with this Naples cam as we go throughout the show, and I'm going to stay on probably for as long as I humanly possible can. So that's the latest advisory from the Hurricane Center. It's now a Category 3 hurricane, a high-end Category 3.
It does say, Brady, I noticed they in that same update, it said there was a recent wind gust 68 miles per hour located at Fort Myers Beach.
Yeah, that would not surprise me at all because they're getting Fort Myers Beach is like down here. They're getting an outer band right now, and they're Fort Myers Beach is pretty close to the core, which is right here, and then you've got kind of a secondary kind of outer core right there. And that'll be where, if folks remember with Ian, we had a large eye like this, except it had completed eye wall replacement cycle as it was coming on shore, and it was actually still strengthening. And so we had a big eye like that, and the eye really is, I mean, it's pretty massive here. That's probably too big. But right around this ring was where you had the area of you're going to have the area of biggest surge. So the important thing to know is you want to try to avoid that ring if possible, because this is going to be, especially on the southern side, right in here, wherever this makes landfall, you're going to have the highest surge, and then further south, you'll also have surge as well. It won't be as much to the south as it is north, but I'm still seeing this trend. I mean, if this continues, if it doesn't turn hard right, I mean, I'm thinking this is going to go. This is going to. I mean, look at that. This is going to go into the Bay of Tampa. Um, it's going to go in Tampa Bay, which is going to put them
look
at
at the
risk.
last two frames though. It does
Yeah, it takes a little bit of a
look
right
like
turn. I
it
agree.
is going a little right.
Yeah, it is. It's gonna be really close. If I think right now the motion is kind of, I mean, is right like that. So I still like that landfall point just to the south of Tampa, but it is interesting. And that this is what we should do, right? This is how we should watch hurricanes to see where they're going to make landfall. Because the models at this point, they're initializing you know, every couple of hours. We can look at this right now and see what's happening. And we're so close to landfall, at this point, it's all about, I mean, we're talking about a 20-mile radius here of from here down to here, right? I mean, the Hurricane Center has the cone all the way down here. I would have a hard time thinking this is just going to go like this. We're not going to see any southern motion with this, I don't think. But it does appear to be slowing down for sure, Phil. So that was a good call there.
And as you said too, it's really starting to spread out.
Yeah, it is. It is. Mama G's popping. Oh, Mama G's popping in and out, getting everything finished. So it was definitely for sure. But yeah, I agree with you, Phil. Just in the last couple scans, it's lifting north, 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 and it kind of slows up. I think this thing's going to start to go like this, and then, because Venice, where's Venice? Venice is right here. So it's, I mean, the center is almost even with Venice. At this point, though, the surge, the biggest surge is going to be here, right? That's where I'm thinking maybe a little bit north in Sarasota. But it's basically from the center of this hurricane and to the south. The center of the eye and to the south is where you'll get the biggest surge values. To the north, you're going to have winds coming offshore. So you actually might even have some reverse storm surge in Tampa and St. Petersburg as the winds push water into St. Petersburg from the backside. But like up in Clearwater, you guys are probably going to have pretty much winds pushing offshore the entire time. And so you'll have reverse storm surge where will go out, water will flow out to the coast rather than come inside. So Princess Leia says, I thought I heard landfall being earlier than projected. Right now, the latest advisory has landfall around 2 a.m. So that is, I mean, this thing would have to crawl to a halt for this thing. I mean, look at this. The center is 50 miles offshore. So if this thing is in the last advisory, we'll see what it is at 5. In the last advisory, it was moving northeast at 17 miles an hour. So if we're looking at 50 miles away from the center, let's call it 60. I think it was probably going to slow down at some point. It looks like it might be slowing down now. But when this thing does slow down, we're probably going to be looking at maybe 10 miles an hour. And so let's just take 10 divided by 60. That's 6 hours from now. So that's around 10. So even if as this thing slows down, I don't know, Phil. It might make landfall before too.
Well, I've heard again various models. A majority of them were definitely saying after midnight, but I did hear there was at least one of them was saying 9:30 p.m. Eastern time. So there definitely were some forecasts earlier than that, but it wasn't the majority of them, right? So I think we could, again, we did see National Hurricane Center talk about that this will be slowing down this evening. So I'm sure that has started and potentially could continue, which probably wouldn't be good from a surge standpoint if it kind of sits out there for a little bit before making landfall.
Yeah, I agree. And this, the interesting thing is this hurricane is going to turn, um, you know, it is going to turn for sure at some point, right? When that turn happens, and it might be happening now, but it also might be happening because I don't think it's going to be a hard right. Like I don't think it's going to go like this, or I don't think it's going to go. I don't think it's going to go like this, right? So it'll turn gradually, and it'll go more like this. So that's why we're saying that Tampa Bay still could be in play for landfall in the Bay, which is, we looked at that yesterday and said that was probably not going to happen. But um, it's fascinating to look at this, Phil, just because you can see so much from the trends here, just based upon where this hurricane is going to go. If I draw a line right here, it's clearly going north, clearly going north, clearly going north, and it's almost kind of stalling there. So we could be seeing our turn to the right now live on stream, which is pretty crazy. So we'll see how far this thing goes north here. But regardless, we're going to have an impactful night here in South Central and Southwest Florida with Hurricane Milton that's going to be making landfall here within the next several hours. I'm curious to see what they come out with at 5, what the direction is turning, because it definitely has stall. It's still got a northeast component. To some degree, the actual eye wall is it's still going north. It's just kind of getting sheared a little bit to the south. So we'll see. How about some of those crazy pictures though from earlier? I mean, there was just some absolutely crazy pictures. Wow. Look at this. This just illustrates the potential. This is I know I said we don't want to use models, which you can still use models to look at what's going to happen here. I just that the most important thing is looking at the actual radar. There's going to be wobbles in this. This was the 12Z. This was at the Euro going to go almost north, almost due north, which is what it's been doing for the past couple of hours, and then it's going to take a right turn, which also what it appears to be doing, and then right when it gets close to the coast, it takes another north turn right into Tampa. I mean, this is pretty insane, crazy hurricane track. That if this would take this, I don't even know what to say, because I mean, I don't know how close you guys were all watching the models last night. I was watching it like an absolute hawk, and they were all over the place. The spaghetti models were south, and then all the models came in at 0Z and they were north, and it was just like, what is going on? And I just feel like there's so much. And then the Hurricane Center put out a forecast last night that was like, they didn't shift their cone south, they kept it north, and everyone was like, well, that doesn't align with the models, and or at least the spaghetti models. I think we need to, in the future, there's got to be a better way to have one message for like, or one, maybe we just use the consensus or something, because there's just so many different. I was scrolling through Twitter last night, and there was so many people confused, um, and just not sure of what's happening. Uh, and like last night, they were looking at people were saying, "Oh, it's going to be Charlotte Harbor. Fort Myers is going to take the direct landfall." I mean, that was what some people were saying, and other people were saying, "No, it's going to go north to Cedar Key," and the models were all over the. We'll have to keep watching it though.
There is a challenge when you have so many different lines, hence the spaghetti models. That you really got to pick an ensemble, or you got to pick, something that's taking all of them for the most part into account.
Well, yeah, I agree, and not only that, but like the Hurricane Center in there, like I was reading their discussion, they were basically saying, "Hey, we see the spaghetti models, but we're ignoring those, the trackers, and our track is north of where the spaghetti models, the trackers were," and it was really confusing to just the average person, and I think even confusing to meteorologists that were trying to figure out how do we communicate this to people, because when you have a landfall the direct landfall is so impactful. Um, it's hard. It's hard to actually communicate the effects of that to people. So
currently only seeing one Hurricane Hunter mission out. Actually does look like it's on its way back to looks like the base is in Mississippi. But it's on its way back. So I'm curious what the 5 o'clock update is going to be able to show us. Since the 4 o'clock update was probably from that mission, and it since has been heading out.
yeah, we'll they normally do updates every couple of hours here, and every hour they've been doing an update on the actual forecast track, etc. of Milton, and they put out their official. They basically redo the cone every 3 hours to show you where it's going. So yeah, I agree, Kat. Milton is kind of going against the models, for sure. I mean, it's the wobbles and predicting all of that. It's impossible. I mean, it is just very, very impossible because every model thinks it's going to be different, and so dependent on some of the atmospheric stuff. So we'll see. But it still does, like, I don't know, Phil. I think this still has a little bit of a. It's definitely turned a little bit more east. It still has a northerly component to it,
Well,
right?
I think what you talked about earlier was it could be trying to do an eye replacement at the moment, which is going to give it a little bit of a wobble, and the fact that it's losing energy. So it's the track at this point is a little bit harder to predict because it's just not like a bull heading straight to the coast.
Yeah.
I just think it's a little harder to kind of, okay, what direction is it going right now as it's slowing down and as the wind speeds are kind of slowing up a little bit and it's just kind of spreading out. It's hard to track, but we'll see.
Oh
We'll
yeah.
see. It looks like it does look like it's turning a little bit right those last few
Yeah,
frames.
I think it was kind of going north northeast, so more like this. And now it almost seems like it's kind of going more like maybe a little bit more like this. Because it's still like jogging to the north. It was lifting almost like that. Now it's going a little bit more to the right, but interesting. Well, maybe that'll actually bring this, because we still, if we pause this at the end, the center according to the Hurricane Center should be here, and the center right now is actually here. So it's still well north of where the track first said it was going to, or the Hurricane Center track said it was going to be at 2 p.m. So it'll be interesting how this affects. We'll have to keep monitoring it, and we'll look for the 5 p.m. update. Let me see. Let me see some other stuff. Let's go back and check in with our Naples cam here. See what we got. We're about to get another outer band here in Naples. This one's going to be a lot lighter than the other one. If you can look, if you look here, we're about to get another outer band here in Naples. This one is not as ferocious as the ones off to the east. So you'll probably see an increase in wind speed here over the next minute or so, and then we'll get some rain. Thankfully, the rain is coming from the water, so my phone should stay dry. At least that's the hope.
Did you say the rain was coming from the water?
Well, yeah. So we're looking. We're looking.
It usually does.
Yeah, it does. We're looking due east. The ocean is due west from us. So
I see what you're saying.
Yeah, the moisture, the actual rain itself is coming off the water.
Ocean.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Oh, look at that. Picking up big time.
There you go. Where's your anemometer? You gotta get that out there.
Oh, dude, I think it
that?
might be buried in my suitcase.
Oh, did you bring it?
It might be up there. I don't know. I have to go look. I was kind of putting everything into a hurry because I kind of spurred the moment.
You gotta see if you got that. That might be worth.
I know. Yeah, I know.
Putting out there, setting it up out there somewhere.
Oh, dude, that'd be amazing. All right. While I'm doing that, I'm gonna pull something else up. Let's see. Just looking at some different models right now. Yeah, the wind field is going to be quite intense with this. The core, is inland. I mean, inland. We're also talking about a pretty significant wind threat with Hurricane Milton. So we're going to have to watch that very closely. Twitter, I tell you what, Twitter has been. Yeah, this also is showing. This also is showing this as well. So this is also showing the right. You remember last night this graphic circulating around Twitter? I don't know if anyone saw this last night, but this graphic was circulating around Twitter showing the path and how Milton was actually deviating to the south and east, and that was when the models kind of bounced back and not overcorrected, but corrected way to the south, and it was like, oh no, this is going to hit Fort Myers head on. This is going to, that was when things were kind of hit, because the surge here would be way higher if that were the case. But now, just like we had showed, now this is clearly kind of, and I'll draw this on the screen, and that's not the right. Here we go. And I actually don't think you can see my screen, can you? Oh, yeah, you do. Okay, you made it smaller. But now the center is here, and it's not drawing. Whoops. What? There. Oh, I think I'm interacting with it. Oh, yeah, don't want to do that. OBS is fun, man. Especially when you're on a laptop in a hurricane.
I didn't know you could do that. So you can draw on OBS?
Yeah, I'll show you how to do it, Phil.
Cool.
Okay, I know what I was doing. My mouse was on the actual screen and not on OBS. That's hilarious. But yeah, Phil, I'll show you how to do it. It's just a script you got to do. Oh my God. But yeah, that's just kind of showing you. Let me just draw on the screen real quick. So yeah, here we go. So here's where the core is, right? And so it's just like we looked at, right, north of where where this thing's supposed to go. So that could mean that this thing then is tracking closer to Tampa than we were thinking last night. So Tampa Bay is not necessarily in the clear just yet from a surge, and that's why I think the Hurricane Center still has 8 to 12 feet there, because let's be honest, they're not completely sure. And when we look at this in the end, the surge is going to be like if you compare this to think about the gradient. When I say the gradient, think about like the difference in snow in a lake effect snow band, right? You could have a foot here, and then you could have, or several feet, and then just a mile to the north, you could have nothing. Now, I don't think the surge will be that dramatic, but that'll be how it is on the northern side. You're going to have a really tight gradient of 10 feet of surge, and then just north of that, a couple of miles maybe even, you might have 3 to 5 feet, right? So that's why determining this exact landfall location is so important, and why we're watching this like a hawk. Now,
Nikki Marie just updated her membership.
Whoa, Nikki Marie. Boom. Let's see if we can't highlight it. I don't know why it won't let me highlight it. Oh, okay.
I brought it up.
It didn't pop up in like the donation section either. So thank you for doing that, Nikki Marie.
I don't know why it didn't do that, but
we're starting to get some big time gusts up.
So there is Brady. Have you seen the movie Beverly Hills Cop Axel F?
Mm-mm.
I think it's on like Netflix. Anyway, it's really good. Like if you're a fan of Beverly Hills Cop and Eddie Murphy, this was really well done. But anyway, there's a character from the previous Beverly Hills Cop series, and his name is Serge. He's like a Beverly Hills real estate guy or something, and he's really flamboyant, but he goes by Serge.
Serge, I love Serge.
So every time I hear Serge, I just think of Serge.
Wow, look at this, guys. We're in the outer band now. We are officially in the outer band of the hurricane. Little grainy picture there, but we are getting some pretty strong wind gusts now here. Winds are still out of the south generally. So we're looking. So we're starting to see some surge start to pile up. But winds are still only out of the south, and once they are going to switch out of the west later tonight, and that's when we'll have our surge event. Now, I think we're already starting to see some in Cape Coral because their coast is a little bit more perpendicular. Fort Myers Beach is getting some surge right now, I know as well. So they're going to probably be hit harder than they would like, unfortunately. But if this thing keeps going north, then that axis of strongest surge will keep switching up north. So I do want to look at the tornado warnings now, Phil, because we have plenty. We've got 7 tornado warnings, and look at this cell that we looked at. This was the cell that was down in. I'll mute. Yeah, there we go. Thanks, Phil. This was a cell down that was in Fort Lauderdale that we looked at a little bit earlier. Look how fast these things move, guys. We started the stream less than an hour ago, and look how fast these outer bands are moving. I mean, these are absolutely hauling butt. By the time they issue the warning, I mean, it's almost out of the warning. But we may have had let's go back 21 frames here. Let's look at these. Let's also look at these on velocity. I don't like that donut hole that I'm seeing right there. Yikes! Look at that. We've got these are dangerous storms here. Both radar indicated tornado warnings, but we very well could have oh my gosh, huge wind gusts outside my thing right now. We very well could have 2 tornadoes on the ground with this as well.
Any debris signatures on that?
Nothing right now. I would be concerned. Let's look at a little bit ago. Yeah, maybe right there. Maybe a little bit of debris right there, because that was actually when the hook was the most pronounced. Was a little bit earlier. Right there. See that, guys? Right in there. That we could have had a tornado with that. We still have a wall cloud with this. Let's look at the velocity too. Let's look a little bit earlier to see if it was a little tighter. Yeah, look at that. Right there. See how tight that is? I mean that you've got wind very clearly flowing in. We could have had a tornado right at the beginning of that frame, and that was actually what initiated the warning. Now it actually looks like the velocity is a little bit broader. It's a little bit stronger than it was, but it's a little bit more concentrated out over a bigger area. We still very well could have a tornado right in there. So dangerous storm here, dangerous storm to the north. This is also radar indicated. This is also a radar indicated tornado warning here. So these are our two most southern storms. And guys, these warnings are well outside the center. I mean, we're talking hundreds of miles outside the center of the hurricane. Let's go further up north and check out these two warnings. Which radar am I going to use? That's strong signature. Let me see if I can find a better radar. Probably not going to be able to find this. The local West Palm Beach radar. Look at look at this thing on radar. Are you kidding me? This looks like a freaking like. I mean, it's because it's so close. It only picks up the lower bottom part, but really strong, really strong rotation here, and they just updated this warning. Going to continue this. This is just, this is well inland to the west of 75 here, or not 75. That's 95, and west of Bonton Beach is just well inland.
Can you increase the angle on that since it's so close? The radar angle.
We definitely
see if you see anything different on that.
I mean, that's clearly a hook right in there.
What's the velocity look like on that one?
Yeah, that's a great question. Let's go up. Tilt 3. Tilt 2. I can only go up to tilt 2. Loading. Loading. Come on, thing. Will you load? What's going on? Maybe it doesn't go up to tilt.
Hurricane, Brady. Give it a break.
Yes. Dude, this thing's got to go, man. Oh, it's not loading. Hey, LB, if you're still on, LB, text my dad and tell him to let the DeSantis know to turn me on. We've got other people. We've got our neighbors and some other people that are like across the street that we've been talking to. They tell them to turn me on.
Oh yeah, live updates right from the neighborhood.
From next door.
Better than that, Mr. Rogers.
This is like Ring on steroids. Also, I've posted a couple of Ring updates down here. Like I'll be like, I'm the Ring meteorologist, and you should see the engagement on there, man. People will go nuts on Ring for the updates, which is hilarious.
I usually Ring, you can get some weird posts.
Yeah,
we had one once. Someone posted they heard the Kings Island train up here by Cincinnati.
Yeah.
On a rare early spring day before it opened, they like posted, "I'm hearing the Kings Island train horn or whistle." I'm like, they're probably training. They're getting ready to open, in a week or two. So I banned them, or I said something like, "Hey, this isn't safety and security for the neighborhood."
Oh my God! Yeah, Ring can get a little wild. Okay, so this is a confirmed tornado up here, just to the west of Port St. Lucie. And you've got two areas of rotation actually. One right in here, and another one a little bit of a different signature there. But I would bet. If we look at the correlation coefficient, whoa. That is, that can't be.
Yeah,
and we also have hurricane warnings up here too, guys. That can't be debris. No way, right?
Cow.
No way. Let's go back and look at this on velocity here. And I really am hoping that that's probably debris.
Yeah.
If that was a massive tornado, because that is a huge debris signature that we saw. Unfortunately, yeah, you can see the red in there. I would think that's probably a tornado that still could be on the ground here. And another one actually is probably forming right here. This is going to be your new area of rotation. Actually, so yeah, look, there's your tornado, right? This was a couple frames ago. This was one tornado. That was what did your debris, right? That was what prompted the observed warning. But watch in the last frame developing. This is a new storm that's kind of absorbing the other storm, and right there's your new area of rotation that is most likely going to drop something here. And that was that secondary area of rotation I highlighted right in here. You've got winds absolutely cranking in here. Winds are absolutely cranking into the storm. It's going to cause that storm to keep wrapping up. What you're going to need is a little bit of downdraft here, just like you got. And that's where you get your hook. That's where you get your tornado. We are witnessing now. If you guys remember Hurricane Beryl, remember how the southern side, and let's actually check back in with our hurricane here because this thing is still jogging north. Yeah, look at that. This is a lower trend. It still is moving north. I mean, looking at the center, it still has a northward trend to it. Right, here's the center. It's still moving north. So this is not great news for Bradenton and Sarasota. This thing still could make a hard right and go this way, but the more this thing goes north, the more this thing moves to the north, it's not going to go. I mean, this hurricane has done so many crazy things. I don't want to say for sure it's not going to go to the south, but I would be very hard pressed to see this thing go south. So as it gains latitude, right, as it continues to go further north, we start kind of narrowing the landfall location, right? So Cape Coral out. At least from what I mean, well, first of all, Cape Coral is out of the cone, so Cape Coral is not going to get a direct landfall, right? Inglewood, which is just to the north of that, you're about even. So if this thing keeps moving north of you guys, you won't get a direct landfall. You'll still get significant surge. So if you're in Inglewood, this isn't saying like let your guard down. I'm just looking at the trends where this thing is going to make landfall. And the further north this thing goes, the higher the latitude, the less likely the lower latitudes are of getting a direct landfall. Very interesting stuff here. All right, let's keep looking north. Let's go in this mess and try to figure out what we got on our tornado warnings. Wow. Tell you what, we've got some water spouts offshore. Dude, I wish I would have tried to get a visual on that storm that went by me because I have no doubt there was a water spout, strong water spout, if not right on the beach or right near it. Because I saw a wall cloud. I couldn't see a lowering over top of the trees, but
you could have checked that off your list. Water spout. I mean,
well, and
come
that
on.
would,
Like
yeah,
how often are you able to get a water spout or see one or capture one? Or
I know. I have seen one before,
air.
but it was from like 20 miles away, so not great.
Hey, I'm gonna step out for a little while, but I will put up my image of all the radar, everything else. So if you need to jump to that, you can.
Okay, will do.
All right.
Guys, let me know what you're where you're looking at, what you're experiencing here as we continue to watch this hurricane. We've got observed tornadoes left and right. We've got the track of Milton overlaid. Today was a crazy, crazy, crazy day with Milton. LB, are you in the chat, LB? Hold on, give me 1 second, guys. Give me 10 seconds here. Hold on, I'll put this camera on so you guys can watch it while I'm gone. I'll be right back. All right, sorry about that. I'm just letting some members of my family know to hop in to the chat. Give me 1 second as well. I'm going to have to cancel my. All right, give me 1 second here, guys. Guys, how's everyone doing today? This is a pretty insane day. Sorry I couldn't go live sooner. I actually didn't know if I was going to be able to go live with everything going on. So, but it is an absolute pleasure to have you guys here as we track Hurricane Milton as it continues to go to the north and east. It's going to be really interesting to watch this 5 o'clock advisory because that's going to be crucial for determining where the National Hurricane Center, what they think about this northwest draw. All right, just sending this out to the Storm Front Freaks here. Let them know that I'm live. Give me another second here. Is that audio? It is, okay. It's just a little bit slower. Wow, it is 5 o'clock. We still have power here in Naples, Florida, so I'm curious to see if we actually lose it ever. We're going to stay outside. We're going to stay outside the area of strongest winds, I think. All right, guys. Well, if you're just joining us here, it's Meteorologist Stormcat 5. I am reporting live from Southwest Florida, where we have Hurricane Milton that continues. That has been downgraded now to a Category 3 hurricane. And interestingly, what we're looking at right now on the map is the live radar
what Hurricane Milton looks like currently. And the first line right here, this was the National Hurricane Center advisory as of 1 p.m. or sorry 2 p.m. Central or Eastern time, and they just updated. The graphic that we're seeing now is actually the latest update from the Hurricane Center. So that is just loaded, I believe. So we'll have to look at that. But remember this line. This was the line that the Hurricane Center had before, and now here's the line that the Hurricane Center has. So a definite northward shift with Hurricane Milton that the National Hurricane Center has just put out an advisory for. So what does that mean, right? What does a north shift mean for me? It means the axis of strongest surge is actually going to shift a little bit further north. And for those on the southern side, down in Marco Island and Naples, that means possibly maybe you're on the lower end of the surge. Right, the range right now is 5 to 8. We'll see if they updated this in the latest advisory. And interesting, the advisory just loaded. We'll see. I wonder if they're still calling for a Sarasota and Bradenton. I think we're narrowing it down though, guys. Okay, this is the latest. Yeah, we'll have to look at that data in just a sec. This is the latest advisory that we have. So you can see the center is still deviating away from that line, but the National Hurricane Center definitely, seems to think, and I agree with them. But the center of this is going to track right near Bradenton, between Bradenton and Sarasota, dangerously close to the mouth of Tampa Bay. So this is going to be a really close call for those in Tampa Bay, whether or not they actually get the worst of the surge here from that. So we're about to get into the I actually wonder if they bumped this up. They still have this in Landfall at 2. Okay, and another interesting thing too, guys. It's now 120 miles an hour. So wind speeds have decreased even more. Somehow the pressure has dropped 2 miles an hour. So that is interesting. Let's go ahead and take a look at the latest advisory though from the Hurricane Center here to check out what Milton is going on. Guys, if you're wondering, my fridge is stocked. I've got Nuggies. We've got Cheez-Its. We've got plenty of cookies. We've got pasta from, James DeSantis, if you're in the chat, let me know where the pasta's from. Is it from, what was the name of the place? Get in the chat, James, if you're watching. But we've got pasta from somewhere. I forget the name of the restaurant. So we are suited and ready to go. Sorry. All right, let's go ahead and that was it. Okay, thank you, Binja Ninja. I think that's James. Logan just repeated it. Yeah, you can have Nuggies for lunch. You can have Nuggies any time of day, honestly. Okay, so the latest cone this was the latest advisory that they put out. The cone actually, they've narrowed now the landfall. They've narrowed the landfall and they bumped this a little bit of a bump north from the previous advisory. So instead of making landfall down in Charlotte Harbor, now this thing's probably going to make landfall up near Tampa Bay or just to the south. It's going to be really, really, really close, unfortunately, there. So we'll have to keep watching the jogs on this. Is it moving north? Is it moving south? But that was the latest advisory that we have. Let's also check. I do want to see the storm surge because, okay, so they kept the storm surge numbers basically the same, but they did actually decrease it in Tampa Bay to 6 to 9 feet. They kept it 9 to 13 feet. Charlotte Harbor, they still have 8 to 12 feet. They still have 5 to 8 feet down in Southwest Florida. So the important thing to know about these values is they're going to be highly variable, right? Generally, the further north you go, the higher the surge you're going to get with this particular hurricane. You're eating nuggies for breakfast, lunch, and dinner? That is, is anyone else working at work, slacking off? Oh, Joyer. I think everyone is, honestly. I took today off. Let's see the wind history too. Check this out. Watch, guys. Watch how the see that balloon right there. That is how the hurricane, actually, the hurricane force winds has been. What we're looking at right now, red is our hurricane force winds. Orange is our tropical storm force winds. So what we're looking at right now is the hurricane force winds have stayed pretty consistent. Check it out. That's not the right thing. The hurricane force winds. Whoa! What's going on there? Hurricane force winds have stayed very consistent. See that right there? Whoa! We're not gonna draw on that anymore. But that's been fairly consistent. The interesting thing is, check this out. The tropical storm force winds, those have gotten a lot bigger. And so the winds are really starting to spread out with this system. The winds are generally getting weaker at the center. You can't hear me very well. Oh no. Hold on. Is that better? Check that. Phil, is that better? Mic check 1, 2. Is that better, Phil? Let's double check here. Got a new tornado warning here as well. I'm gonna turn the mic up. Even higher. We're really jacking this mic up now. All right. Yeah, I muted the wind. All right. Well, that's. Whoa. Oh wait, we gotta turn Vince off. Hold on. There's Vince's stream. Gonna mute this. Oh no, how do I mute it? Give me 1 second, guys. I don't know what's going on right now with this stream, and it's not letting me mute it. That's annoying. Okay. We're just gonna delete it for now. Okay. All right. Give me 1 second here. Whoa. Whoa! See, guys, this is what happens when I stream from a hurricane. Stuff just starts going bonkers. Okay, I don't know what's going on. All right. So that's the latest advisory from the Hurricane Center. Now, they also gave us... yeah, the wind does overpower, doesn't it? So the latest advisory, 120. So you can see the last advisory below. So it's weakened now to 120 miles an hour. So the shear is really doing a number on this hurricane. But interestingly, the pressure went down. So even though the winds, normally pressure goes down, winds go up, and vice versa, winds go down, or pressure goes up, winds go down. In this case, the pressure went down 2 millibars. So it's starting to kind of reorganize here, which it's not going to complete its Iwal cycle. It also is still moving northeast at 17. So it doesn't look like the forward speed is actually slowed down, which I think is partially why the storm continues to go north, because it's just overpowering that ridge here, which could actually bring the landfall time up from where it was earlier. Which on this graph, they actually, on the latest advisory, the Hurricane Center actually doesn't specify a landfall time. So, but we are getting dangerously close to Tampa Bay taking a direct hit from this thing. Now we've narrowed. So looking at this cone, basically the edges of this cone are where they think it's possible to make landfall. So definite jump to the north. And now anywhere from just south of Clearwater all the way down to Venice. You guys are at play right now for direct landfall. That means the eye goes right over top of you. And actually Venice is now right south of the cone. We don't want to get too focused on the cone because guys, impacts are way outside. I mean, I'm down in Naples. Look how far I am away from this storm right now. I am almost 112 miles away from the center, and these are the winds that I'm getting right now. Let's see. Let me put it on screen. I am 112 miles outside. Oh, of course, of course it goes calm as soon as I show the camera. Are you kidding me? Anyway, that just shows you that this system is big. It's strong, and we're still going to get storm surge here, even though we're 112 miles out. I mean, it's a big storm. This is an absolutely massive, massive, massive storm that we're looking at right now. So this is the latest advisory that we just saw on Milton. If you're just joining us right now, we are continuing to watch Milton march north, and every minute that this thing keeps going north and still has a northeasterly component is another minute that the worst impacts continue to shift north as well. Now, that doesn't, everything that I'm telling you right now should not impact any decision you make. You should have already made those decisions I know we only have 20 people on, so no one's actually making decisions right now on whether to leave or not in this chat. But regardless, you should be making decisions based upon the trends. But the reason why I bring it up is to try to give people an idea about where the storm is going, where the worst impacts will be, because that's really why everyone's watching, right? Jared Gillum asked, with the storm shifting north, is this going to increase the storm surge in Inglewood? So, Jared, first of all, hey, I know Jared. We've been friends for a good long time, back since high school. So the storm surge for Inglewood was unfortunately always going to be high. I actually don't think that this northward shift is going to impact it much, right? Because even when the storm was supposed to make landfall in Venice, you guys were still going to get very significant storm surge in Inglewood. So the further north from here, the further north it goes, actually the lower the surge should be generally. I think you're still going to get significant storm surge in Inglewood, unfortunately. 9 to 13 feet, I think is the latest advisory. But the further north this thing does go, generally the less surge it'll be. So we'll keep watching those trends. Like if it were to go all the way north, if you were to take this very northern track, which is probably lower likelihood, but if it were to take this northern track and go into St. Petersburg, you would get less, probably a couple of feet less surge than you would get if it went down in Bradenton or Sarasota. So that's hopefully that helps. Unfortunately, I still think Inglewood will get a decent amount of storm surge here, but if it keeps moving north, those numbers will gradually come down, depending on how far north it does go. But Jared, if there's anyone that's there, I know you have like a place, or your in-laws or someone has a place down there. If anyone's at that place and they're told to evacuate, you need to tell them to leave right now, because the storm surge actually is not going to come in Inglewood until you're on the back side of this thing, right? So right now the winds are actually almost blowing parallel to the coast, right? Which, if you think about it, what is storm surge? Storm surge is just winds, the wind blowing water on shore, right? Okay, they already left. Great. But the surge is actually like is going to be on the backside of this thing when this hurricane, when the winds are blowing like that, perpendicular. That's when the surge is going to be the greatest. So, gosh, this is a really interesting trend that we're watching. Milton continuing marching north. Here's our Naples cam. I'll turn on the audio for just a sec. Let me know if you guys can hear that actually, because I can't hear it. Oh, it's because my speakers aren't connected, that's why.
Now I can see how loud it is. So this is our camera from Naples, Florida here. Starting to get some gustier winds as Hurricane Milton continues to barrel its way onshore. Still several hours away from landfall right now, but oh my gosh. Guys, okay, holy crap. We talk about buoys. Oh my goodness. This is from NOAA. Let me go ahead and show this. This is a crazy view. Wow, I sound a lot better. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know what, Phil, I don't know why that was. Whatever I did made an impact. Okay. Can you still hear me now, Phil? Fort Pierce, tornado near Fort Pierce. Okay, I'll have to check that out, Jess. Guys, look at this. This is from a buoy. This is from Gulf of Mexico during Hurricane Milton. Oh my goodness. Look at this. Look at these wave heights. This is insane. Holy crap. I mean, I'm speechless. I am absolutely speechless right now with this storm. I mean, my goodness. Wow. Northern trend, Cooper. Yeah, I will show you that in just a second. What we're looking at right now, the wave heights right now are absolutely insane. This is 8.75 meters. When I switch some, yeah, I think it was. I just switched my headphones on. This is 8.5 meters of wave height right now that we're looking at in the Gulf of Mexico. So that is unbelievable right now. Wind gusts as high as 75 miles an hour. I don't actually know. This is inside the hurricanes. This is close to the center of Hurricane Milton. What I do want to show you guys, because I know we got some new folks on, I sent this out to some of my family. I do want to show you guys, Hurricane Milton has been well to the north of, I think, where folks expect it to be, and it's just continuing to go north. And so in the latest cone, the Hurricane Center has shifted this thing. Now the landfall is dangerously close to Tampa Bay and St. Petersburg, right? Essentially how the cone works is they pick a point, just north of Venice, and then all the way now to the north of St. Petersburg is the potential landfall points for Milton. So we're narrowing it down, and just over the last several hours, I want to show you something because we have really seen a northward trend with Milton. And what that means for Southwest Florida, that generally means the further north this tracks, the lower the surge totals will be. Now, unfortunately, that also means that places like Bradenton, Sarasota, and Venice could see higher storm surge totals. So I do want to quickly show you what this is, because Hurricane Milton is continuing to wobble further north. And I've got a graphic to show you exactly what I'm talking about. And let me just go ahead and pull that up real quick. I also want to show you a possible tornado that was close earlier today. So let me go ahead and pull up my graphic real quick while you continue to look at this radar, because Milton just continues to kind of defy the odds here with its movement. Let me pull this up. Okay. Hold on. While I look for that, it's important to know, and guys, keep letting me know your questions in the chat here. What are your thoughts on storm surge in Naples? Cooper asked. So I'm actually in Naples right now. Here's a camera that I've got right now, Cooper. This is Naples, Florida. Right now, we're experiencing some tropical storm force winds, not yet to hurricane strength, but this is actually outside our front door where I'm streaming right now. And right now, the Hurricane Center still has 4 to 8 feet of storm surge for Naples. Here was the latest advisory they have for this. The peak surge for Naples is going to be sometime overnight, anywhere from 12 midnight to around 10 a.m. So here's the latest storm surge right now for Florida in general. So 5 to 8 feet in Naples is the peak surge of this. Now, the interesting thing is the further north this thing slides, generally the lower, possibly the lower end of the spectrum will get. So if this thing keeps sliding to the north, that's going to actually decrease our storm surge totals here down in Naples. Unfortunately, it's going to increase the storm surge totals up in, almost in Tampa Bay. If this thing keeps trending the way it is, this is going to be a big problem for Tampa, because I think the message for them has been, hey, Tampa's fine. It's not going to make landfall up there, but if these trends hold, it could make landfall up near Tampa. So that's why we're watching these trends so closely and the wobbles and where this thing is going, because it's going to have a dramatic impact on the storm surge totals at the end. I will, Jess, don't worry. So that's why we're looking at where this hurricane is going. But if I show you over the, let me just give you a good idea over 75 frames, because this will show you, and give me 1 second, I'm just going to get a quick tissue real quick. But, and also, interestingly, guys, I always look where, it sounds stupid, but when I'm trying to determine a landfall location, I always look where the storm chasers are. Hey, Patriot, how are you? We shall be. I always look where the storm chasers are. And the storm chasers are all right now concentrating in Sarasota and Bradenton. So that is going to be our most likely landfall location. And this, I tell you what, this thing continues to move faster than people expected. So we actually might be looking at a landfall earlier and not 2 a.m. I mean, we're at 5:20, so we're 7 hours away from landfall. And the outer bands are the... Whoa, sorry guys, hold on. Got Vince's stream on right now that I got to turn the audio off of. Whoa. Whoa. Give me 1 second, guys. I've got Vince's audio just like blasting in my ear. Holy crap. One second here, guys, and all right, turned off. Okay, sorry about that. Thank you, Sue. So yeah, we got a large tornado near Fort Pierce. Okay, let's get to that real quick. So we've been watching these tornadoes all day, guys. We've been watching, and guys, please, if you're new here, let me know in the chat. Please make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. That helps me out tremendously as I continue to report here on Hurricane Milton, which is now down to 120 miles an hour. So we're going to check out Fort Pierce. I believe Fort Pierce, let's do a quick search here. Fort Pierce, Florida. So I believe there may be a tornado that has just rolled through. Oh yeah. Oh my goodness. This is a large. This is a particularly dangerous situation here, guys. And wow. I mean, oh my gosh. This is absolutely crazy. I mean, I can't believe this radar signature right now. Holy crap.
A PDS tornado warning is in effect. This is a particularly dangerous situation.
So we do, guys, we have a particularly dangerous situation right now for Vero Beach. This is a large and extremely dangerous tornado that is on the ground here doing significant damage. This is just north of Lake. This probably just went through Lakewood Park. And guys, with the forward motion of these things, this radar image is actually delayed. So what we're looking at right now is from 2 minutes ago. This thing is going to be right on top of Vero Beach. Right now, it's moving through the town. It probably just moved through the town of Oslo. I mean, guys, that is as real as it gets right here for Vero Beach. You can very clearly tell here is your supercell. Check it at the end. There's your debris ball right there. This is a classic whale structure. I always like to draw whales when I see tornadoes because that gives me an idea this thing is a supercell. Right there, I don't want to look at correlation coefficient. This thing has got to be on the ground, and it's probably got a massive debris ball with it. I really don't want to look. And oh my gosh, that is a massive debris ball that we have right now for this camera, or for this system. And guys, that blue right there, that blue, that is debris. That is people's homes. That is people's cars. That is things being lofted in the air. I'm going to see if I can find a webcam for this, because we have a large and extremely dangerous tornado that is moving through Vero Beach right now. I mean, that is just a massive, massive, massive tornado, unfortunately, that is moving right through. Let me see if I can find traffic cams here and pull this up. And then we'll go back and check the trends on Milton here. So if this thing keeps speeding to the north, let's go down here. Okay, we don't need closures. We don't need incidents. We need our cameras. And it doesn't, what? Doesn't have cameras on here? That doesn't see, oh, there it is, traffic cameras. Okay, so we are looking, help me out, guys. We are looking, okay, we're looking down here at Vero Beach. Oh man, I wonder if any of these cameras face east. Okay, loading. Oh, tell me this. Okay, that doesn't really show us anything. Okay, let's go. Unfortunately, there's no cameras along the coast here. Let's see if we can find the one that looks... And it's looking northbound. Yeah, unfortunately, all these cameras are going to be in the rain right now, so I'm not sure if we're going to actually be able to see this on camera here. And that one doesn't look. Let's double check where this is right now. Let's double check. The radar must have updated. Let's check where the latest scan has this at right now. So that's 5:23, so that's about 2 minutes ago. So it's probably almost in, it's moving right towards Gifford. I mean, this thing is absolutely hauling butt. Let's see if I can find anything. There's no cameras along the coast here, so we're not going to be able to get a visual on it. No, that's not going to be able to see it there. I was trying to see on the southern side if we could get a vantage point. That looks southbound. Let's see if there's a camera that looks, there's got to be a camera that looks northbound here. If you're just joining us, we have a large and extremely, oh, let's see, this looks northbound. Oh, that looks northbound on the highway. That's not going to work. We gotta find a camera that looks east. I don't know if we're gonna get one, because all these traffic cameras are gonna look, they're gonna point along the road, because that's normally what people use them for. They're generally not used for looking for tornadoes. That's northbound. Let's look southbound. Okay, wow. Okay, that's probably one of the best shots we're gonna get. Unbelievable. Are you kidding me? The one time that we need this thing to work and it doesn't, I mean, what is going on here? Oh, guys, if you're in the chat, let's spam some emotes in the chat for some frowny face emotes or something for this camera not working. Look at that image. You can clearly see you're very, very, I mean, well-defined lowering here. And of course, this thing isn't working. We very likely have a tornado on the ground with this storm. And if we pull radar back up, it's now actually going off the coast. Look at the velocity here. This, oh my goodness, look at this. This is a massive tornado here that's moving right along the coast. Some pretty deviant motion here. Watch it. Watch it just go. I mean, it's taking a hard right turn here. Went through Oslo and actually seems to have avoided the town of Vero Beach. It takes a right turn, but unfortunately went right to Ryomar. So Vero Beach may have just been spared. Because watch this. See, it was in Oslo. And then it takes a right turn and goes right to Ryomar. And it almost looks, it's actually about to go off the coast. So this tornado that we're looking at, still, guys, this is still on the ground. Massive debris signature. Look at that. It doesn't get any more clear cut than that on radar. Ryomar is taking a direct hit from a devastating tornado right now. A debris ball is, I mean, it's happening, guys. This is so if you're north of Ryomar, it's too late. If you're north of Ryomar, did we just get a package? Unbelievable! In the middle of a hurricane, we just got a package. I don't understand that. We just got an absolute package. Oh, that was my look. Wait, hold on. Put my dad on for just a second. There's my dad right there, walking to get mail. I don't know where he's going. I think he's walking to go get some mail. Okay, I don't know. I think something blew out there that he's going to grab. Well, you better be safe. But guys, regardless, this is a massive tornado that is on the ground. It's moving right towards Indian River shores. So here's your tornado right now. My hope is that this thing is going to keep moving right and go offshore. That's my hope. Although, you know, there's always possibility it could turn back left, but my hope is that this tornado right now, which is still very much on the ground, just east of Vero Beach, is going to hopefully push offshore here, turn into a crazy big waterspout. That is wild. Let me keep an eye on our traffic cams here. Let's see if I can find one pointing at the coast. Doubt it. Camera I keep looking for is not working. So massive tornado here. Now another tornado warning down here. This is an observed tornado warning. Oh gosh, it's coming right at Fort Pierce. Guys, unfortunately, with these tropical systems, you often have tornadoes that go over the same area again and again and again. And it looks like Fort Pierce is in the crosshairs once again for a tornado warning. I'm hoping this thing goes offshore before it gets to Fort Pierce. But right there would be your tornado right there if it was on the ground. It was an observed tornado warning. Let's check the debris. Yeah, we could have, could be a debris signature right there. So that'll be interesting to see if this, we got A from Sarasota. Hello, A. I'm going to go and give you the latest track on this. Because Sarasota, you're right close to the center of this track. So if you are in Sarasota, I hope you are inland and not along the coast, because a devastating storm surge is coming with this storm for Sarasota. Actually, my aunts lived in Sarasota for a little, still are there. They've since evacuated, but we've got ongoing tornado warnings here. Another one just to the south of that, guys. These storms tend to drop tornadoes at the same time because of the fact that they're in a very similar environment, and when the environment is ripe, things just go off. Nikki Marie sent, Nikki, where'd you send it to me? Did you send it on Twitter? Okay, Twitter. Okay. Check it out. Oh my goodness, that tornado in Fort Pierce was crazy. Okay, so this was a traffic camera in Fort Pierce that, holy crap. Oh, that was Weather Nation though. Nikki, I don't know if I can show that, unfortunately. We'll get copyrighted. But we had a massive tornado cross the, oh my gosh. Okay, yeah, here's a picture of it. Can show this. This was a massive tornado that crossed Fort Pierce. This is the tornado that crossed the highway. Look how big this thing was. That was unbelievable. That was an unbelievably massive tornado that went through Fort Pierce. That was that storm we were just looking at. Evacuated house on a longboat went to Vama. Okay. Hey, I'll show you exactly what's going to happen in Sarasota because I know you're very interested in that. So, but this was a tornado that went through. Oh my, unbelievable! That was on a traffic camera, guys. That wasn't too long ago. So unfortunately, that would have been unbelievable to. Okay, we're going to look for some of these other tornadoes on traffic cameras right now because there are tornadoes everywhere. So. Let's go down to Port St. Lucie, see if we can get an image, because this is going to be just off to the east of, actually it's probably to the north now. Let me keep looking on these cameras here, guys. I'm looking right along this, whoa, no. Do you guys know when you like drag a window, but you can't get to, okay, there we go. I was going to say, when you can't get to the top, that's the most annoying thing ever. Okay, so that camera doesn't look too bad. Let's just keep looking at these. So we're looking for and maybe mods if you're on here. You can go to Florida traffic cameras, Florida 511, the website, and try to find. Okay, here's a decent one that shows a bit of a lowering here. We'll have to keep an eye on this camera because anytime you can see that kind of defined shelf is what we're looking. We're looking for a tornado that's popping down from that. That is just ludicrous. Jenny, I am. Jenny, I am in Naples. I am in Naples, Florida right now, Jenny. So this is my camera that I've got set outside. And this is the current conditions that we have in Naples, Florida. So that's what we're looking at right now. Gosh, we are going to have to keep an eye on this because that's a definite lowering there off to the left. I'll keep that camera in my back pocket for now. I'll keep playing it. I'll keep playing it on a different screen and show you guys. But we've got a likely tornado near Port St. Lucie. And we've also got another rotation to the south, another observed tornado to the south. Let's look at the velocity here for both these systems. Okay, there's your rotation right in there and then right in there. So we got two possible tornadoes on the east coast of Florida right now. East coast is absolutely getting peppered here. All right, let's take a look at the track now. I know we got A here. Who is in, oh man. That radar's out. We got A here who is in Tampa. Let's take a look. Let's watch this together to see where this is going. Interesting. Okay, so it's wobbling a little bit to the right now. It's wobbling a little bit this way. Actually starting to get driven down. Wait, let's look at the very center here. Okay, so the very center is still tracking this way. It looks like it's diving to the south, but if you, it's still tracking.
surprised if we continue to add on to those totals. A big concern is on the 95 corridor right now. These bands that have charged their way across the peninsula started this morning in Fort Myers, where Brandy was, and we saw the damage there. But now we're watching this very dangerous tornado that is hopefully pushing offshore. But look at this storm report. Multiple reports of a large and destructive tornado with significant damage near Lakewood Park. Florida DOT camera capturing this wedge. This is what it looks like inside one of these tornado warnings, and you can see just the darkened skies. Visibility drops very quickly. The rain gauge, by the way, over 6 inches of rain. And so flooding, tornado warnings, all of which combining at once, you need to use that common sense, right? Getting to your safe place, lowest level of your home with these tornado threats until that flooding becomes a bigger deal and tops that into tonight. But a look here in Hutchinson Island, Fort Pierce just off to the north, where we have seen that threat just push offshore. Power outages are climbing, over 150,000 customers. Let's get out to our Mike Seidel. Mike Seidel, you're standing there in Madeira Beach, where you are in the midst of some of the worst of these bands pushing on shore. What are the conditions?
Yes, indeed. We've had a gust down of 60 at St. Pete, so they are ramping up. The rain comes and goes. It's raining fairly hard right now. St. Pete Airport has had now just over 5 inches of rain since it started. Some of that falling last night and this morning, but it really has come down hard over the past couple of hours, about nearly 2.5 inches in 3 hours. So the rain comes down. We got the flat flood warning. The flood watch goes until tomorrow morning. And more than just the sustained winds right now are pushing hurricane force, which is 39 miles an hour. And talk about the power of water. We know what water can do. You know when you get on the beach in the ocean, a 3-foot wave just knocks you down. But what about surge? Well, see this container out here? It says Red Rover out here in the median. Well, that was put there by the surge from the lean just about 2 weeks ago. It was sitting over here behind me in the middle of the parking lot. So it floated from there over there, and that thing is not light. These 2 containers were delivered after Helene, so they were just delivered. We've got debris everywhere in the neighborhood. Gulf Boulevard, they cleaned off a lot of that yesterday. But here's this pile of debris. A lot of this is from these businesses here. And as I keep mentioning, these businesses have had, just catastrophic damage interior. So everything's out here now, so there's not going to be anything else to pull out really after we get rid of this next surge. But this is sitting here just waiting to float and blow. So we're going to have projectiles probably and things all over the place, I think, in the morning at first light. And also we're going to bring more sand in from the beach. Now, you heard Jane mention that the surge in Naples is now for 3 feet. So that surge is going to work up here. The reason we're not getting a surge yet is because the wind is still blowing offshore. It wants northeast and then more east. Once the hurricane moves on shore, we'll start to get the backwash around the bottom, say from around on the clock around 4 o'clock, around 8 or 9 o'clock. So south to southwest wind, and that will push the water in to the coast, the barrier islands, the nooks and crannies, Tampa Bay, for instance. So that's when we're going to get the surge. It's going to be a while. We're about 2.5 hours or so, plus or minus a half an hour from the eye making landfall, and it looks like it's going to make it in Pinellas County, maybe down in Manatee County, depending on if it wobbles. But you can see on the radar right now, we're in the direct line.
Guys, can you hear me?
So regardless if we get in the eye wall, the rain stops for a while, the wind backs off, we're still going to have the impacts, the significant impacts from the rain, especially the interior areas where they're going to get upwards of a foot to 18 inches of rain, so the flash flooding will be widespread there. And I mentioned the rivers. It'll be a delayed process for the flooding, and that will take a while.
Hello? Let me know if you guys can hear me. Guys, I may have. We have a tornado on. We have a tornado on webcam. Hold on. Let me pull it up here. I got to find out where this one was. Where was this webcam? We had it. We had it. Oh my goodness. We just had a tornado on the webcams right here near Port St. Lucie. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, there it is. You guys see it? Center of the screen. Tornado on the ground. I think. See that right in the center? Actually, I don't know. That might be a rain shaft. Actually, the center part of the screen, guys. That might be a rain shaft. Yeah, no, I'm fine. Just the internet goes in and out sometimes. That's actually a rain shaft. Dang it! I thought that was a well. I guess good thing that's not a tornado. I thought that was a. I thought that was a tornado that we were seeing. I gotta turn Vince down because he's in my ear. Okay, turn it down. All right. Whoa, big gust here, big gust. Oh, thank you, Cindy. Okay, so the camera we're looking at right now is near Port St. Richie, which just got hit with a big-time tornado. And I thought we were developing just off to the south, and we still could, but I'll keep an eye on those traffic cameras. So let's go back to the radar here and take a look. If I could just move this over. Oh my gosh. Do you guys know when you drag a window? You drag a window and you can't find the top of it because it's off the screen. And now you just have to close it because it's just so sad. You just gotta now I have to close the window because I can't get to it. It's just so sad. Guys, this is really interesting. Unless this thing really slows down, I mean, we're talking about landfall in the next couple of hours here, which is definitely unexpected. And it started to turn a little bit to the right here. So we'll have to watch that trend, and maybe this rightward jog is what takes Tampa out of play for direct landfall right now. Just unbelievable stuff we're looking at. Yeah, you can see our cone earlier today. Our track earlier today was shifting kind of north. This is moving almost a little bit, just a little bit south. So we could be looking at a little bit of, whoa, big time gusts here. I wonder if we're getting out of band here for this hurricane. The motion is still generally northeast, but I mean, guys, at this point we're looking at about a 20-mile difference here of landfall. So, Cindy asked, well, could that help our surge in Naples and Marco? Yeah, I think, Cindy, we're at a point where unless this thing takes a hard right turn into Inglewood, which it's not going to do, whether it goes, if it were to go extremely far north of St. Petersburg, which I don't think it will, it's probably just with this new kind of rightward turn, it's probably going to go just to the south of Bradenton. Our storm surge is going to be similar, right down here in Naples and Fort Myers. I think, we're not going to get the worst of it. I mean, look at the radar down here. Looks can be deceiving though, right? I mean, if we look at the radar down here, we're almost rain free here in Southwest Florida. But don't let that be deceiving, right? You still got winds wrapping around this way, which is going to drive the shore or drive the surge on shore. And we are going to be looking at that, possibly receiving that earlier than expected, just because of the fact that this hurricane seems to want to make landfall soon. It continues to go faster than all the models had it going. And so if this hurricane continues that speed, it's going to make landfall here. Let's take a look at how far it is from the coast. We're now talking about 40 miles that the center of this hurricane is off the coast, probably 50 miles. So if this thing keeps moving at 17 miles an hour, let's just say 15 miles an hour, it slows down to 15 miles an hour, we're looking at, this being landfall in the next 3 hours. So that's way earlier than a lot of the models first predicted. So gonna have to keep an eye on that. These trends are very, very, very interesting right now, though. We've had some unbelievable tornadoes, though, from this system, guys. On the east side, we had one in Fort Myers. We had one in Port St. Richie, or sorry, Fort Pierce, sorry. And we likely have other tornadoes now that are ongoing. Let's go ahead and take a look at those, actually. We'll come back to the track in just a sec. The track's not going to change much here in just a minute. Yeah, Cindy, I think if it makes landfall sooner than expected, generally, the longer this thing stays over the coast, the more right it's going to go over time. So the sooner, and that's actually why now Tampa is at play for direct landfall, because it's been faster. So the faster this thing is, the further north it's going to go, right? The slower this thing is, actually, the more likely it is to go south, because there's a ridge digging down, and the longer this thing sticks around, the more it's going to dive to the south. But I think at this point, the landfall is pretty locked in to either Tampa Bay or just south near Sarasota. And Inglewood's not at play right now for direct landfall with this, but they're still going to see significant impacts for a surge. But if it makes landfall a little bit earlier, it really depends on the high tide in your area. I know the high tide here in Naples is right now, and then actually at about 6 a.m. So if this thing makes landfall sooner, then the surge will come sooner, and right now the surge was supposed to be maximized, I think, at around 6 or 4, anywhere from 4 to 6 a.m. around when high tide was at 4. But if this thing comes landfall earlier, then it might actually, the peak surge might be around midnight or 1 a.m. For this particular system. But we're still a couple hours away from landfall, but these storm chasers over here are probably getting absolutely destroyed by these, because they're starting to get into the core of this thing. Yeah, we'll have to keep watching these wobbles, because this thing is wobbling a little bit to the south, but it's still generally moving towards Sarasota. Definitely kind of digging down there. It's still generally moving north, though. I'm thinking the landfall is probably going to be here in Sarasota if this keeps up. And it also might wobble to the north as well. We'll see in their latest advisory at 5:50 what the Hurricane Center says, because they'll give us an update on the track of this thing. All right, let's look up here. Let's look at these tornado warnings up here. Longboat Key. Let's take a look at Longboat Key. Longboat Key, Florida. So it's going to be really close for Longboat Key with this storm. If it makes landfall in Sarasota, you're going to get slammed by the eye wall, but you may escape the worst impacts of the surge. It's going to be really close, though, in Longboat. Sarasota is probably going to get surge no matter what. But we're going to have to watch this latest little bit of a right tick here. It could just be a wobble. Could also be a trend. But we've got some really dangerous storms out here going off of West Palm Beach right now. Let's look at the velocities on these things. I would not be surprised if they're actually Mesovortice. Listen, you never know. You never know, man. I'm with you the whole way. You truly never know what's going to happen until you get back there. So all hope is not lost yet, right? You never know what it's going to be like. It's good that you evacuated, but don't stress too much about this storm, because it's your life ultimately is the thing that matters most. But I'm with you, brother. Don't worry, I'm with you. I'm down right now. My parents have my family's got some of my family lives down here too, so they're being affected by this storm as well. So I'm right there with you, brother. Brady pulled Mesovortice, Saint Lucy. Are you talking about this storm right now that almost is going into Fort Pierce? Oh no, this is the same storm that's going over Fort Pierce again. I really hope it doesn't have a debris signature. We could have another tornado here going through Fort Pierce. Yikes. Oh, sorry, A. My bad. I call everyone brother A. I'm sorry. Guys, I may have to bounce off for a bit, but I will be back online. I'm going to wait for this advisory at 6. We're going to keep the stream, and then look for me on Twitter at StormCat5. That's my name on Twitter with an underscore at the end of it. Look for me on Twitter to. I'll tell you guys when I'm going live again. I've got to go take care of a couple of things. Just make sure we're ready to go. But we'll wait till 6 to see the latest advisory, and then I'll put Phil's thing back on, and then we'll go from there. Also, number 9 in Inglewood. Wait, are you talking about? Are those buoys? Oh, you're talking about cameras. Uh-oh, my camera outside might have just got knocked over. Vince's cams. How do I pull those up? Is that this? That's not his cam, no. I actually don't know how to pull his cams up. Oh. Oh, is this his camera here at Inglewood? Whoa, check that cam out, guys. This is at Inglewood Beach. It looks like we're starting to see the storm surge come on shore here. So this is Vince Waelti's cams. This is his camera that he set up here at Inglewood Beach. And how do I make this bigger? Unbelievable. Give me a sec, guys. I'm trying to make this bigger. Huh?
Don't show the Lord. It's got a foot of water on it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I got pictures.
Wow.
There's water pouring off the ocean.
Yep. That's expected because the hurricane's moving faster. So I just got a report from my dad that storm surge is starting to come on shore here in Naples. So everyone be safe if you're in the Naples area. The storm surge has started here in the Naples area. It's coming off the shore just like it is in Inglewood. It looks like the wind direction is starting to switch around to the south. But this, yeah, and you can see here, this is Inglewood. Inglewood is also very clearly, how do I make this freaking camera bigger? Normally it would let me, oh, there we go. Okay, here we go. Yeah, so you guys, you can, look at that, look at that. Oh my goodness. Look at that, storm surge coming on, massive wave there. That is unbelievable. Holy crap, guys, this is how fast storm surge can come on shore right now. That was a huge wave that we just got. This is in Inglewood right now. know we had someone online earlier that was here from Inglewood. This is how fast it can come on shore. These massive waves are coming over the edge and pouring on to Inglewood, unfortunately. So we are looking at storm surge starting to come on shore in Florida right now. This is in Inglewood, California. Sorry, not California. This is in Inglewood, Florida. It's starting to get real for folks along the along and south of Milton right now. Is where the biggest storm surge is going to come on shore. Unbelievable. And keep this cam up. The Hurricane Center is going to put out their latest thing, and I'm actually going to. I'm just going to make this smaller. Keep that up here, and we're going to look. We're just going to look at our cone real quick and just see what's going on with this storm. Still digging to the north right now. Yeah, it's still got a northerly track here. It's kind of wobbling a little bit back this way, so it's coming right towards Sarasota and Brayton. This is going to be a really close call with Tampa here. But I think this thing's going to make landfall earlier than expected for sure. Holy crap. This southward jog at the very end, it may end up saving Tampa. It was going due north. It also could jog north too. The Euro actually had it going like this, taking a right turn and then jogging north again. If you're just watching us now, we're looking at it. We're looking at Vince Waelti's camera here at Inglewood Beach, and the storm surge is really starting to come on shore here. This is Inglewood Beach. This is one of his cameras he set up. This is a crazy shot here. We also just got information too. The storm surge is starting to come on shore here in Naples. So the wind direction is switching, and it's now aligning with the coast. This was all expected. This is not unexpected, but still, it's crazy to see Mother Nature just piling up all that water. Yeah, there's still sand on the pier from Helene. It's unbelievable. It's absolutely unbelievable. Oh, I gotta connect to the chat. Don't know what's going on with that. All right, we'll look at the latest advisory from the Hurricane Center. I may leave this camera up. I may just leave this stream on and be back because I've got to go. Yeah, guys, if you are joining for the first time, make sure you like and subscribe to the channel. I'm down here in Naples, Florida, where we're showing you the storm surge here at Inglewood Beach, which is coming on shore as we speak. Let's look at the latest update from the Hurricane Center. Okay, so interesting update here. So this is as of 6 p.m. Eastern. Hurricane is it's holding strong at 120 miles an hour, so that's a Category 3. Pressure is 948. It's still moving northeast at 15, so it's actually slowed down a little bit. It's slowed down maybe 1 or 2 degrees. You can see the latest advisory is actually on the lower part of the screen. So the hurricane is slowed down about 2 miles an hour. And it probably will continue to slow a degree or 2 as this thing continues to push onshore. So I'm just going to change this to 15, but both of the others stay the same. They still have it moving northeast. So if it keeps moving north, if it keeps that heading, if it keeps moving northeast, Tampa Bay is going to be in trouble. But if it jogs to the right, Tampa Bay may be spared the worst impacts. but it's gonna be really close, guys. You kind of tell looking at that, it's definitely slowed down a little bit, right? So Port Charlotte is insane, yeah. They're starting to get some big time storm surge here as this wraps around. All right, guys, I am actually going to be right back. I'm going to take a break for a little bit. I will probably be back in a little bit to keep an eye on this. In the meantime, I am going to keep this camera up on screen. I'll keep the radar up in the top right corner. I'll mute, but you guys can keep watching this. Keep watching this camera near Inglewood. I'm actually curious, what's this camera doing up here? Let's keep Inglewood up. That's probably best. So you can kind of see what Inglewood is doing right now. And that's not the right camera. Let's pop it out here. That worked last time. Okay, cool. We're going to keep this up and you guys can watch this. I'm going to be back in a little bit. Gonna take a break here. Get some things ready to go. Whoa, 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 whoa. And you may actually see me, may take my phone for just a second. And I'm also going to correct, I don't know why it's Milton. It should be Milton. With an N. Okay. I'll be right back, guys. Make sure you follow me on Twitter at StormCat5. I'll tweet you when I'm coming back here. I'll just see you guys back in a second.
report update, Brady. Please be safe throughout this. I know you're going to be driving. You can see
That's already way worse.
and see what the beach is looking like.
I mean, most. The bridge. Or the dock. Pretty sure the dock. It's on. The storm through the floor.
I know you're maybe thinking at home, it went from a Cat 5, Cat 4, now to a Cat 3, but it is broadened out. This wind field is over 450 miles. When you extend that lever arm, right, the greater that distance of the wind field, that greater that surge potential. We're looking at all of the Gulf side of Florida taking some type of impact with that storm surge. Concern is deeper into the night when we get it closer to landfall is when we get closer to that high tide cycle. Here's where we stand as of right now. I'm in Tampa, right in the downtown area. We have wind gusts at 44 miles per hour. Notice though, it is coming in.
Stop breaking.
So that shows you that core influence, where the axis point of Milton is right now. The core of it has been registered by the hurricane hunters and the National Hurricane Center about 60 miles southwest of Sarasota. Look at this, West Palm Beach. That's where I was showing you my family and that tornado that came through. They had wind gusts up to 92 miles an hour. By the way, West Palm Beach, if you're not familiar with the Florida landscape, that is I-95. That is the East Coast. You are talking about the strongest wind gusts out of Milton right now on the eastern side of the peninsula. Just shows you how impactful. We have multiple, 3 different locations, Davenport and Palm Harbor, all getting hurricane force gusts. Let's break it down into the field again. We're going to get into Fox Weather correspondent Robert Ray. He's in Bradenton. And when we look at Sarasota, which is not far from Bradenton, just to the south of there, blinding conditions. Robert, what's it like in your location right now?
Steve, yeah, we are in West Bradenton, not too far from Anna Maria Island. That's the Manatee River behind me. Beyond that is the mouth into Tampa Bay, where this storm is expected to make its way in. Milton potentially could make landfall in Anna Maria Island. We started in Tampa this morning, made our way down to Sarasota, and realized when we got down to Sarasota that the track of Milton was not going to make that easterly turn as expected as quickly, and it's going to head more north. So we made our way up there, and you see the water behind me on the Manatee River absolutely furious, and it's pushing in with heavy winds down the side, and this is what we expected. We are going to be ready, if we have to leave this particular area because of storm surge and head more inland into West Bradenton. But in the meantime, it's really begun to kick up in the past 30 minutes or so. When we came in, it was not as intense as this, and you can see in the distance across the river, but you see how furious this river is moving as Milton is trekking its way into Tampa Bay, and it's going to be a very long night. The darkness is about to fall. We are illuminated by the Fox Weather Beast, and one over time again, as always, into the back of a vehicle to try and maintain the integrity of not only our equipment but our broadcast. So tough conditions beginning, and it's going to go on for hours upon in this area. I'll be interested to see where the exact landfall is. It may be just a few blocks to the west of us on Anna Maria Island, or maybe it goes right in to the catcher's mitt of Tampa Bay. Steve?
Yeah, there's a lot of wobble still left in this, Robert. It just shows you the fury behind you. Real quickly, just for our viewers, I know Lloyd's positioned the car. What's that like for you guys if you want to get out of there in case that surge comes upon you? Is this a bridge access, or are you already attached to the mainland and have kind of an exit route planned?
Yeah, no bridge, no bridge. That was one of our rules here with this team is we're not touching a bridge. No, we would exit right there across this little roadway and then cut through a neighborhood into West Bradenton on a main road where we're inland enough that we will be okay from surge. And if the water does come this way, we're just going to hightail it all the way up to Interstate 75 in that area and find protection there. But these winds continue to rage, and they are sustained. And this is not tell you how hard it is because I'm between two pieces of vegetation. Thing on the river
sometimes it's what you see, because you can see in the background the ferocity and those white cap waves pummeling against the shore. Sometimes it's what you don't hear. We lost Robert Ray's connection because of the fury of Milton. Basically, he was describing there's no bridges that he's going to contend with. They're going to get out on I-75 once that surge is upon us. I want to show you some of the visuals and the concern about the surge getting in the Bay Area. We have this main pumping station in Tampa. Notice what the National Guard deployed. They built up their own barrier to protect from that storm surge. That pumping station, if that collapses, that would be crippling for the Tampa area. By the way, Tampa downtown, we've been under a flash flood warning for hours now, and there's likely the potential of getting 6 to 10 more inches of rain. This is not the only area of concern. This is going to be a big storm with a lot of impact. This is what we're tracking right now, a Category 3 storm that's barreling in. These nuances, whether it lands in Bradenton, Anna Marie, or the mouth of Tampa, has a ripple effect on the impacts to the Gulf Coast and beyond. We're going to unpack all of that and talk about the storm surge threat on the other side of the break. Stay with us here on Fox Weather Live.
Hello, I'm former Arkansas Governor Mike Huckabee. A lot of times you can't control the amount of sleep that you're getting. You can't fall. The border is my daughter was murdered in it's in law. Sexual like any of Sunday.
Tampa, the downtown area, and you'll notice behind me at times that there's this blistering wind and rain. Have you look at the parking garage that's over my shoulder at times, you can just see this kind of spinning up off the top of that. The wind gusts here have been up to 50 to 60 miles per hour at times. We've had over 4.5 inches of rain, and the worst of it is yet to come for Tampa. Some areas have had substantial damage and a lot of concern with structural integrity. This is Bradenton, Florida, where we had Robert Ray earlier. We're showing you that rough surf. This is a spot that's going to be taken also just that storm surge. Storm surge is going to be a major factor. You're already seeing the waves and the energy that's derived out of the Gulf right now, as Milton is a major hurricane, 120 miles per hour. So let's dive into more about that storm surge threat. When we look at Bradenton, that's that highlighted zone that's in that purple. So you're looking up to 13 feet. And up to 13 feet would be surpassing anything that they've ever seen before. Remember, Helene was a brutal storm for many of these areas along the Gulf side, especially those barrier islands. What are we experiencing right now? We're actually seeing that reverse surge. Notice where those white barbs are coming out of. The direction of the wind tells you everything. So whether in East Bay, Old Port Tampa, St. Petersburg, Port Manatee, Clearwater Beach, all of them registering zero because the wind direction is predominantly out of the east. It's taking the water out of the bay. It is an eerie type of feeling when you're starting to see the water leave, but it's going to be an onshore flow when this thing makes landfall. Here's what an onshore flow looks like. Fort Myers, 2.2 feet above your normal, high tide cycle. We're not even at high tide right now. Looking at Naples, 3.2 feet. We have Brandy Campbell in the area. She just gave us an in-depth report about the tornadic conditions. She's working her way towards the coast to give you those live visuals and insights of what that storm surge is like. If you're at home, you don't live near a coast, you're wondering, what's a storm surge? Let's walk you through it. Storm surge is when you push in all of that water, that salt water intrusion along the shore. But when it comes in is a massive concern because we're looking at high tide cycle right around the overnight hours, anywhere from 1 to 3 a.m. in so many of these spots of western Florida. So when you're looking at this, it can rise several feet, but it happens quickly. And notice what ends up coming in. All of this salt water, the debris with these boats, anything that was damaged from Helene, which we've shown you extensively throughout the several days leading up to this event, is going to get washed ashore. Those are now projectiles. So we are worried about the potential of all of this energy moving into these, areas, but there's no mechanism to release it back out. That's what makes storm surge so catastrophic. Is it floods? They happen so quickly, and people have no way of escaping this at times. Why there are so many evacuations and so many people left this area. Let's bring it back in towards the Bay Area and those spots that are getting smacked right now with the blistering wind. I want to bring in Fox Weather Hurricane Specialist. That's Mike Seidel. He's in Madeira Beach. And Mike, I've been hearing your reports. I've seen it now. It has been powerful. What are you feeling right now?
Still the stinging rain, and we have now had a wind gust to 77 miles an hour down at the Sarasota Bradenton Airport. So that may be where it comes in. In fact, the edge of the eye wall, look at the radar. It's right now near the coast, near Anna Maria Island, and you go down to Lido Beach, that whole area. I should say Lido Key. And where we are, we may not quite get into the eye, but we're in the eye wall, or we'll be in the eye wall like right now. The winds are gusting about 60 miles an hour at times. The rain has been unrelenting. SRQ, Sarasota Bradenton, has had about 7 inches of rain today. And here we've had 3 inches of rain in 2 hours. So there's a lot of standing water, but it seems to be draining at least okay right now. The concern is when these winds shift from east and then on to an onshore flow south and southwest, that's going to bring the surge in. So that's what we're waiting for. It hasn't started yet. We've got to get the storm bias before the winds will come back around from the onshore direction, and that's going to push the water up. That is really the big question here. Not so much the wind. We know we're going to have the wind in the Tampa Bay area, but how much surge inundates those nooks and crannies around Tampa Bay? Are the numbers higher than last time, which were records in most locations? Clearwater Beach 8.6, beating the earlier record of 6.8. Do they get higher than that? Let's hope not. But the chances are that they could. Right now, the Hurricane Center forecasting a surge in the Tampa Bay area of 8 to 12 feet. So we'll keep our fingers crossed that it doesn't get any higher than it did with Helene. Now remember, all the debris that has been put out on the streets with Helene, it's still all over the area here, all over the neighborhoods. Gulf Boulevard's in pretty good shape. In fact, now that we're losing light, I can still barely see the beach, so the visibility has come up a bit. But this is a situation. You've got all this debris sitting here, and when the surge comes in, it's going to start floating. At least some of it will start floating, and then the wind may pick it up and blow it somewhere. Even if it get blown somewhere, all that debris in these neighborhoods is going to be floating around, and then when the surge backs off after midnight tonight, then it's just going to sit and get deposited where it was. And in the morning, they may have to get out the heavy equipment to scrape off the streets to get the roads back open because it's all just everywhere in this area. So, Steve, the worst still on the way here as far as the strongest wind gust, more heavy rain, and then the surge coming in here in a few hours once the center goes by us and the winds come onshore here in Pinellas County. But right now, the water of the Gulf is staying put until we get that shift in wind direction.
Yeah, and Mike, I want to ask you something because you have so much experience and you've been in Florida this year dealing with these storms, whether it was Debbie or Helene. Those ran parallel to the shore, right? We know this one's coming in perpendicular. It's going to be potentially a direct hit for one of those areas that you mentioned. How does that change that type of storm surge threat that you're worried about there in Madeira and we have all throughout the Bay Area and Southwest Florida?
Well, if it comes at more of a right angle, it's got more of a push right at the coast. If it comes in and goes by the coast, like Helene did, about 100 miles, I believe, off the coast, it doesn't have a push in. It does have a push, but not the storm's not pushing it in. It's just the winds around it, pushing that water up into Tampa Bay and the beaches. Now, remember, in Steenhatchee, we took Debbie's eye and eye wall, and the surge was delayed for the same reason. We had an offshore wind, and then the wind came onshore, and the surge came up after the eye. Well, the surge started coming up during the eye wall, but basically the highest surge with Debbie and Steenhatchee was after the eye wall went over us and went up towards the Live Oak area. So there's a delay here because it's really all about the wind direction. You know, if we stayed offshore, we wouldn't have a surge, but it is going to come back around once the storm goes by, once Milton goes by. That's what our concern is, that surge in the Tampa Bay area. Fingers crossed. We'll see how it shakes out, but it seems that it's going to go in just south of Tampa Bay. Well, that's the way it looks right now on the radar. We still have a couple more hours. It may still wobble. That doesn't mean there won't be any surge at all, but it does take a little edge off the top numbers.
Yeah, and every little edge matters. Mike, we've been here in Tampa, and it's that fresh water right now. The rain, which has been a big concern, you can't even release it out fast enough. If you add storm surge, we have a big concern on our hands, something we'll be watching closely. Mike Seidel, Fox Weather hurricane specialist out in Madeira Beach. We'll continue to check in with you. I want to show you what it looks like closer to Milton when we have these autonomous drones that sail into them. They're called sail drones, and they show you in situ measurements. All that's saying is it shows you how the body of water, this one being the Gulf of Mexico, feeds these powerful systems. How did it get to a Cat 5 strength? The warm water, right? And this is what it's like inside the belly of the beast right now. And all of that energy is getting closer and closer to the Gulf Coast of Florida. This thing has been barreling through. When you're looking at the measurements of this, it's in meters, so times it by 3, 8.5, you're looking at anywhere from about 25 to 26-foot waves right there in this storm. We're going to talk more about the storm surge threat and the tornadic risk. That is something that has been historic when we've looked at Milton so far. I'll explain why after the break. Stay with us. Hey, well, you got it.
Producing Gemini with Gmail, slides, and more. Yeah, that helps businesses be more productive. With enterprise-grade security and chat, don't take all day with Gemini for Google Workspace.
started to accelerate and enhance in the last few hours. Just got an update from our incredible team at headquarters. Sarasota and Bradenton, their airport just got a 77-mile-per-hour gust. Hurricane force winds are here, and they're here to stay. We're going to be looking at landfall in the next several hours. Now, let's talk about the other concern. This has been a prolific and historic tornadic event already with Milton. See this right here? Every single red box is a tornado warning. We've had 125 of them so far. When you think about other storms, especially Beryl, right? Beryl had tons of tornado warnings, but that stretched all across the country. We're talking about just the peninsula of Florida, about 400 miles wide. Took all of those tornado warnings. They're ongoing. Look at this. For the National Weather Service in Miami, historic day, surpassing September 27th of 2022. They've had 55 tornado warnings already today. A lot of those, thankfully, have been over the Everglades. Some of those, though, they've been into bigger areas. And for me, it's close to home. One of them hit my brother's home, my childhood home. We're going to show you visuals of that here in just a moment. Look at the tornado warnings out of Tampa. Notice, though, all of those have been on the southern or eastern side of their area they cover, which means other spots north of here could start to see some of those warnings. We're showing you some of those spots, though. This is a tornado. And again, look at the tornado itself. This comes out of Clewiston, Florida, where that is a wedge tornado. What I mean by a wedge tornado is look how thick it is. It is wider than it is tall. What that means to everybody on the surface is that more people could get harmed by this because it creates a larger area of impact on the surface itself. These have been terrifying tornadoes produced. Whenever you get a tropical system, typically you'll get water spouts, and then they'll come on shore, there'll be tornadoes, and sometimes you'll get bona fide tornadoes. These have been massive wedge tornadoes, something that you would see out of the southern plains typically, not in a tornadic event. There's live radar, by the way. We do have a lot of flash flood warnings. We've talked about the tornadic conditions. I want to bring back in Fox 44 correspondent Brady Campbell. She's at Fort Myers. She talked to us just 20 minutes ago about the tornadic conditions there, confirmed tornadoes and damage. Now she's worked her way towards the coast, and she's looking at areas that are dealing with the surge. We just showed you Sarasota. Brady, what's that like as you get closer to the Gulf? Is the surge coming in already?
Yeah, so we moved to downtown Fort Myers, so you got the coast side of the river flowing through. So this comes to the Gulf, and if you're looking down the river, you see it's wet. And then you have the waves onto kind of a river volume. So the surge is basically starting to happen. That's a better representation of that is what we're seeing right here. So you can see the waves just starting to come on to land at this point. So this is consistent at this point. You got that brown vertical wall making its way on land, and you're really a couple of storms in flooding anytime there's rain this summer. So definitely a bit also way further inland. So along this sidewalk is a little bit lower elevation than it is here on the road. So it's not getting zoomed in, but here, if you look at this, and the storms are getting hot again. Now, I also mentioned before we move on, say the storm surge here in downtown along this river, and if you are where we are, west of where we are, along the beach, think of Fort Myers, which already suffered terrible impact from Hurricane Ian and impact from Ian storm. They could see up to 12 feet of storm surge, so devastating for those folks. Hopefully this is not verified in the wind as well. It looks like you can see just how they are going. If you drive from Fort Myers, there's a large call tornado damage in the neighborhood, and his cat. There are families displaced. Woman, they are now having to seek shelter somewhere else. I spoke to some of those residents after that tornado hit. Take a listen.
It's really scary. I mean, like I said, I was watching before. I said I was inside watching the news about it. Once he drifted off, because I know I was taking a drift off. She just was screaming through the house, you know. And that's when the front door blew inside the house. The water was coming inside.
All right. So
Hey, what's up, freaks? It's Phil. So I just got back. I went to work out a little bit. So Brady was on by himself for a while. And now I came back and I don't know where Brady went. He's not in his seat. That seat is empty. So I'm not quite sure what happened to Stormcat. Does anybody know? Dina wants to know when Stormcat 5 is going live. I do too. I don't know what happened to him. Oh, Mama G says he's taking a break. He's taking a break right now. What else? Some towns are now completely shutting roads down because winds are 40 miles per hour sustained. Yeah, I know one of the bridges across Tampa gets shut down when it hits 45 miles per hour. So I'd imagine that is probably coming up pretty soon. Mama G says landfall in about an hour and 44 minutes. It's coming a lot sooner than we had expected and had been forecast. So I agree. It caught up pretty fast, and that eye wall is getting really wide. So because of that, it's also getting here a lot sooner. So we should expect to be seeing landfall. Might not go as late tonight as we thought. Dina says she's got family in Lakeland. It's been raining for hours. So what we're doing tonight, so if you happen to be joining us, so we've been live most of the day today since about noon, tracking this, but because Brady, Stormcat 5, our meteorologist, is down in Florida. He's in southwest Florida right now with his father. They've got a home down there that they wanted to secure and just make sure it was going to be okay. So he is down there right now. He's in the Naples area. And so he was showing us some video. But anyway, we went live at noon. But Brady, understandably, has been dealing with some other things because he is there right now and trying to make sure his house is going to be secure. Took a break, apparently. I don't know if he went to a Waffle House. What's open to eat near Naples? No idea. But we've been showing this, which is kind of give you a little overview of things. So in the upper left-hand corner, we've got Storm Chaser Vince Waelti at seethestorm.net. So that we're just kind of showing where Vince is, give you an idea of what's going on, where he's at. But we always encourage you, certainly, you want to watch what Vince is really doing, where he's at, and hear him. Pull up his on another window, another screen or something. Pull up Vince Waelti's YouTube site, See the Storm. Pull that up and you just watch Vince along with us, and you can hear him that way as well, see what's going on. Flip back and forth, however you want to do that. But we give you a little update there on what Vince is up to, where he's at. Below that is our Tampa weather on the Meower. Courtesy of Weather Star 4000, but that kind of gives you it's the Tampa, so it's the current conditions and forecast, and we've got radar ready, but showing you radar. Below that is a live cam at Sarasota, Florida. That is currently it's not pouring there, which is nice. And then, of course, our Allison House data with the radar up above on that. Below that is our hurricane vision. So this is Atmosphere Analytics has their AI learning tools. And so one of them here, if you go to mesoscaleforecast.com, you can get a subscription to this as well. One of our former guests, Andrew Brady, put this together. But it's all AI machine learning, really interesting stuff. The severe tracking of tornadoes is really interesting and really good and appealing. And this hurricane vision is relatively new, but there's a couple AI learning hurricane tracks and it has been consistent for the last 48, 72 hours. It's been consistently the two track lines are going right either from Tampa Bay, and the furthest south I saw it go earlier today, it dropped down to South Venice. But that was only for a brief time period. It has been in the Tampa Bay, Sarasota area forever and great. And so that's where it's tracking right now. At this point, it's about to make landfall. So, the landfall track isn't quite as important as, where it's going from here. And you can see still just the plan here. It looks like they expect to just be cutting straight across the state, going just south of St. Cloud and Orlando, Lake Buena Vista, Disney World, all that stuff. And this is the center of the storm, right? But the other thing is it's showing is its AI learning wind fields. And so this is a probability of 64 knot winds. This is roughly hurricane winds, roughly about 75 miles an hour plus hurricane winds. And it's saying, it's showing you the probability. Now, as you get into the pink, we're talking 90 to 100% probability that anybody in the pink is going to be seeing certainly hurricane force winds of over 75 miles per hour. What's interesting is obviously that drops all right now, and it'll continue to progress and probably end up further south. But we're talking already Cape Coral, but I'm expecting Naples, Bonita Springs, all of them to also get within this 64 knot or 75 mile per hour wind. And again, that's plus. They're going to see at least 75 mile an hour winds. So probability real high that a large portion of the western coast of Florida, of the Panhandle, is going to see some still pretty strong winds. And look at how far out, or far inland this is going. I mean, you've got still 80% chance. And again, as the hurricane approaches, you're going to see this continue to expand into Central Florida. But there's an 80% chance, that Lakeland, Florida, Bartow, Fort Meade, they're going to see 75 plus mile per hour winds. And this is getting into the center portion of the Panhandle. So I would expect that to continue to progress. Right now, Orlando's in the 60% probability that they're going to see 75 plus mile per hour winds from this. So definitely a factor. So I am going to, I'm actually making dinner. So I've got to go turn some potatoes, and hopefully Brady will be coming back soon. But keep an eye on this for us, folks. We'll be back. We expect more of our crew from the Storm Front Freaks to be joining us as well. So stay tuned and enjoy the music. All right, folks. Hey, it's Phil. Give you a quick little update if you've been paid attention here. It looks like it's certainly near. If it isn't officially landfall, we're awful close as the eye wall is currently coming into, boy, we're going to call it Venice, down in the Venice area. It looks like that's going to be roughly the center. Maybe just a little south of that, but right around Venice, which is just south of Sarasota. Looks like that's where landfall is going to be. Give you a little update to National Hurricane Center. This was their 7 o'clock update, so actually we'll be looking for the 8 o'clock update here soon. Pressure was at 952. Wind speeds were at 120. It said the northern eye wall of Hurricane Milton is beginning to move onshore, which it has. Near Tampa and St. Petersburg, where an extreme wind warning is now in effect. Please shelter in place as these extremely dangerous hurricane force winds overspread the region. Went on to say a sustained wind of 61 miles per hour and gust of 77 was recently reported at Egmont Channel. Don't know where that is. Sustained wind of 44 with a gust of 77 recently at Sarasota Bradenton International Airport. And last, 55 mile per hour sustained wind, gust of 71 on the Skyway Fishing Pier. That's near Tampa as well. So gives you a little update. Looks like Stormcat might be back in his stool. You got a little update for us, Brady?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
Hold on.
I'm getting an echo, but we got you.
Yeah, I'll fix that 1 second. Hold on.
Hello, is there an echo still?
Nope, there's not.
Okay, cool. All right, well, things are getting a, did you see the tweet I sent?
No. Of the videos?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the surge is definitely coming on shore here in Naples, Florida. It's pretty wild. So the surge is coming on shore right now, and we've got strong southwesterly winds.
Do you have remote control?
Do I have the remote? Yeah, I set it somewhere. Hold on. My dad's looking for the remote.
Where's the remote?
Oh!
Ma!
Whoa!
The remote! The
You got it?
meatloaf!
Okay, cool. Dad, did you figure out that website? Did you figure out that?
I can only find the north.
How does it look down there? Worse?
4 feet. I can't really tell. It's 7 o'clock. I don't know if I'm on the right spot, but
4 feet. The water out there?
the water out there is higher.
No, I know, but you're saying the thing is.
This either I'm not sure about.
Okay, I got what you're saying. All right. Sorry, guys. We'll do a quick analysis. This stuff is getting real quick. It's getting real. So we're here right now in Naples, Florida. The winds have picked up pretty significantly over the last couple of hours here. And whoa, hold on, my mouse is doing crazy things. But we still have power. We still have power magically. But it has been It's been wild. We walked down, and we did so safely. We walked down close to the beach, um, and there was a storm surge pretty quickly coming on. Not incredibly quickly, but quick enough to where it's starting to really pile up now along the coast. So but we're all safe. My dad's safe. We still have power here for now. We're getting some pretty good gusts. Unfortunately, Phil, I could not find the anemometer, so could not get the official measurement. But it's been a crazy. We're definitely starting to get into it here, and we watched that little bit of rightward trend, and it's still kind of wobbling here. Looks like it's going right at Sarasota to make landfall, and it looks like we're making landfall well ahead of schedule here. Which is really interesting because, I mean, Phil, do you remember looking at the models at all for this? And landfall was going to be like 2 a.m., right? Oh, Phil might have left us. Let's see. Yeah, Phil's gone for a second. So let's take a look at the radar and look at this thing, because this thing is making landfall basically right now in Sarasota. So it is, we're starting to see, I'm all the way down here in Naples. So we're starting to get some storm surge coming in this area, which you look at this and you're like, well, how could there be any storm surge here? It's the winds, man. I mean, there is barely any rain at all with this particular, on the southern side of this. I mean, we are well north of the center, but we are getting some pretty vicious winds with this particular storm right now. So yeah, it looks like landfall in Sarasota is imminent here, and this thing is making landfall right now as we speak. So pretty crazy situation here. Gonna ride this storm out. Ooh, we got some jazz in the background too. I'm just going to check a couple of things right now. I may have to go here in just a bit too, guys. Just wanted to quickly hop on, let everyone know that I'm okay. I'm ready. I need to get my swim trunks on. Yeah, we were going out there to check it out. Winds are really starting to gust outside right now. We still got tornado warnings on the East Coast, guys. This is pretty wild that we're still dealing with a tornadic outbreak over here. Oh my gosh, Port St. Lucia, it literally has another observed tornado. Are you kidding me? Wow. I mean, that must be for this cell that's going off the coast here. This is pretty wild. Okay, so that radar is offline. Wow, this is a beast of a storm, guys. And with this track right now, it looks like Tampa Bay. This thing is still trying to make a run up there. The center of this thing is going to make landfall probably right at Sarasota. It's still moving a little bit north. Let's check out the latest advisory from the National Hurricane Center. Wow. Unbelievable. Yeah, unfortunately, the worst surge looks like it's going to be at Sarasota and just to the south, guys. Hold on, let me... God, I love this little smooth jazz right now, guys. Let's look at the latest advisory here from the Hurricane Center. Actually, they're going to put one out right about now. Okay, here it is, guys. Interesting thing. It held at 120. Held at 120 miles an hour, so this thing is making landfalls in Category 3. Pressure went up a little bit, 954. If you look at the last time I updated that graphic, it was at 948. So the pressure has increased, but the wind is held steady. And now it's changed to east-northeast. So this was moving northeast. Now it's moving east-northeast. So very clearly a jog to the east here as this thing approached the coast. And that little jog right to the east is maybe what's going to be saving Tampa Bay from the worst storm surge. It looks like. Wow. Dina. That I am. We just wanted to check out the surge and just check on it because right now the surge levels, and I'm gonna actually pull something up here. And there's really no changes. Let's see their discussion now and check it out. That was a 5, okay. Guys, I tell you what, I love that. I love the smooth jazz here. I don't think we have, yeah, we definitely don't have 7 tornado warnings, I don't think, right now. So let me update my script. Okay. Let me see something here. Tell you what, people, whenever you post something on Twitter and it goes semi-viral, people just, you would not believe the comments on it. I'm sure Mama G, you saw a lot of that. Wow. I tell you what though, guys, that surge was no joke. There was a lot of water coming in. Power just flickered again. Guys, if power goes out, don't worry, I'll be okay. It's just power. Okay. Let me look at something real quick. I really like this jazz music though, guys. What do you think? All right, let me keep the chat open here. But interesting thing is Hurricane Category 3 exactly. Guys, we're looking at the landfall right now of this hurricane. It has continued to just say, you know what? I don't really care about. And it's making landfall right at Sarasota, looks like. Hurricane just has said, you know what, I don't really care about the models. I don't really care about the timing. I'm going to do what I want. And yeah. Sweetheart can't be 30 minutes old. 8:01, that's right now. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but the models on this thing have just been all over the map. Tampa Bay, I mean, we're talking about 10 miles right now between Tampa Bay, them getting the worst. I'm getting the worst of it versus them not. It is definitely shifting a little bit to the north though. It's kind of it's almost making a northeast jog right as it is going on shore. So, okay, let's look. How we doing, Dad? All right. Guys, I'll be right back. Hold on. Guys, yeah, Chelsea, I'll try to hit on that. I'll be right back. We got to take care of something here, so I'll be right back. I'll leave this up. Do you guys want radar or do you want the surge cam? It's up to you guys. I'll leave radar up. Okay, I'll be right back. Oh, you want surge? Okay. Whoa. Okay, yeah, good call. Sorry, guys. Okay. Whoa. That is no, oh my gosh, I'm sorry. That is ludicrous, guys. That's Inglewood right now. That camera is coming up. Okay, hold on. Let me trim something real quick. There you go. All right, I'll be right back, guys.
At a time like this, extra big. What are you gonna do? Things are getting real! Just want to say I'm no good. Alright, the work continues. Kevin just came up. BRB again. All right, guys, I'm back. Just want to say I'm high. I'm not gonna hang out for long, so I'll leave the music on. I just want to say hi. And there's your search cam again. Unbelievable. Wow. Guys, that's Inglewood right now. That is a crazy, crazy, crazy time. So, update for me, the storm surge continues to rise here in Naples. We can now see it on the streets. So it is, but we got a long way to go. So I'm completely fine. But it is definitely, water levels are definitely rising here in the Naples area. They're rising in Fort Myers. They're rising, I mean, Hurricane Milton actually just came on shore. And let me just do a quick hit here on the hurricane. Let me show you guys what we're looking at right now with Hurricane Milton, which just made landfall as a Category 3 storm near Siesta Key, Florida. So, and actually is now moving north now. So it's now jogging. It's following the path almost exactly as predicted here. This hurricane is now jogging to the north, and it's going to keep moving north as it goes through Lakeland. And I can tell you what, guys, it's really accelerated here. And continues to move fast. That slowdown we talked about, we thought that would happen. It never really did happen. So this is that hurricane right now, and the winds are really, let's take a look in southwest Florida here, because the winds now are wrapping around the back sides. They're starting to bring in a lot of water off the Gulf Coast. Fort Myers, why isn't it letting me do this? Let me put this, yeah, I don't know what's going on. This is what happens when you stream in the middle of a hurricane, right? Stuff happens. Let's check out the wind directions here. Just checking the winds. Okay, these are they're almost due west. They're almost perpendicular with the coast. So the winds are continuing to push water onshore here in Naples, Cape Coral, Fort Myers, and up into, now guys, unfortunately, the area that's getting the biggest storm surge right now is going to be Sarasota and areas south. It looks like Tampa Bay may get some surge on the backside of this thing, actually. If it continues to move to the north, the winds are going to whip, and they are going to give some storm surge to Tampa Bay. So Tampa Bay won't escape completely unharmed here. But the largest storm surge values are going to be from here, Sarasota, south to Inglewood. That's going to be your area of greatest concern for storm surge. So, hey Phil.
Hey, we got the 9 o'clock update.
Oh, okay. We'll check that out. So Phil, update for me. Storm surge is coming up the driveway. It's definitely increasing here in Naples, Florida. So it's expected, though. I think with this thing, I mean, this hurricane, guys, made landfall hours ahead of schedule. I mean, I think every model I saw had this hurricane making landfall after midnight. It's 9 o'clock, and the hurricane has made landfall. I think the earliest landfall I saw was 9:30 on the graph model, and even that model, I mean, everyone's like, "There's no way," and it look at that, it made landfall before 9 o'clock in Siesta Key, which was kind of right on the money. The National Hurricane Center once again continues to get it right. I mean, this was an unbelievably tricky forecast. Let's look at the latest advisory. So it did make landfall as a Category 3 hurricane. We're seeing catastrophic storm surge. Guys, I can tell you right now, if I'm seeing storm surge come up, creep up the driveway here in Naples, Florida, hundreds of miles away from this thing, I can't even imagine what they're getting. So it's crazy. Phil, you want me to show you what that looks like?
Yeah.
Actually, I'll take a video, and then I'll just share it here. So I'll do that in just a sec. Actually, no, I could just join on my phone. That'd be easy. So here's the latest advisory. 115. So it's weakened by 5, and the pressure's increased to 956. Still moving at 15 miles an hour. That slowdown really never happened. Thank goodness, because the slower the hurricane goes, the longer it has time to pile water up on that coast, and the longer the storm surge lasts. So,
but still Category 3.
Yeah, it's still a Category 3. So it's still, guys, it's still a dangerous hurricane. So it's only decreased from the last update. It's only decreased, let's see, 5 miles an hour. So, could you imagine, Phil, if this would have been in like September? I mean, granted, this is going to be end up being probably $1 billion plus disaster. But imagine if this thing wouldn't have weakened on landfall. Imagine if it would have kept, because without that shear, it didn't save us. It did not save the west coast of Florida. The west coast of Florida is still going to be devastated, but it did keep it from strengthening, like so many other hurricanes have on landfall, rather than weakening. So okay, so it increased by 2. Middle bar still moving east northeast. It actually has jogged a little bit further to the north now. So that is the latest advisory from Milton, and the cone is still going to be the same. Discussion is still going to be the same, because they put it out at 9, or they put it out at 8 new cone every. And I think the peak surge is still the same here that we're looking at, 9 to 13 feet, maybe more in some spots. So. Tell you what, Phil, I had a couple close calls earlier with tornadoes. Couple ones that went right. A couple water spouts, thankfully, that didn't come on shore, but they were right outside my window. And I did see a wall cloud for sure with one. And every little appendage I saw was rotating. I was like, this is getting real. That was when we were actually trying to take the car somewhere, and so we were just like, we're not going out when there's tornadoes.
What's the wind like right now at your place?
Here, I'll take you out and show you. Let me get my phone here. And I guess, Phil, you can just.
I'll
just
bring
change
you in.
it.
Yeah.
All right, I'll be back.
Farmer's wife's got it. I'm having some pull and peel Twizzlers. Thought I might have to stay up a little bit later tonight. Made my Diet Mountain Dew. Had some pull and peel Twizzlers, but might get to bed at a decent hour tonight. Hi, Caitlin. And yes, Mama G, that's my dessert. It's my dessert for the evening. All right, waiting for Brady to get us a live view from his phone. So, our chat, thanks for hanging with us tonight. It's kind of been off and on with Brady having to deal with the actual storm in his backyard, literally. So he's been in and out. My goal is just to kind of keep you all updated with what's happening, what's going on. Tried to create a little layout here that provided lots of good information for everybody. I think we are Currently tornado free. No tornado warnings currently. Those have kind of died off. What's for supper? How are the potatoes? Dina Jones, how did you know we had potatoes? We actually had potatoes. I cut up potatoes tonight, some broccoli, made some pork chops with kind of a steak sauce. It was like a steakhouse pork chop is what we had. That video in the lower left that we're showing, which has just been crazy for the last hour. I've been showing that. That is, where are we at? That is near St. Petersburg in Tampa Bay. Oh, I lost it. Here we go. So some crazy winds down there. And here comes Brady. All right, we got you, Mr. Harris.
All right, can you hear me?
We got you.
All right, first of all, check this out. Oh, I'm going to mute my other computer. Hold on.
Nice. Hold on.
All right, check it out. We got the Midland Weather Radio down here. So, Phil,
Nice.
I'm pretty sure you sent my mom this. So, we were using that. And now, here, I'll do it this way so you guys can see me better. So now we're going to go check it out outside. And here's the current conditions right now. Let me...
Little Wi-Fi transition here. Mama G says, love that WX radio. She's got
yeah.
two of them. Wow.
Oh, yeah, I think I might have two. All right. Here's what we got right now. So the surge has been slowly increasing here in Naples, and right now it's about right there. So that's where the surge is at right now. The winds are held pretty steady. It's a little eerie right now. I hear a alarm or something going off, like a smoke or a fire alarm in the backdrop. But it is interesting. It is very eerie here, and you can see power still on though, which is kind of shocking for this time of night. But the storm surge is definitely been steadily increasing for the past couple of hours here. You can see there it is right there in the street. Streets are completely flooded right now. We still got several feet before it would actually be a problem. So, and we also have a second floor here at the place I'm at. So, not worried about safety at all. But I tell you what, for being hundreds of miles away from a hurricane, to have that kind of street flooding, that is all ocean, guys. That is all ocean water. That is nothing.
Go swimming.
Yeah, right, exactly.
I'm sure there's no bacteria or disease issues in there. No
gross.
E. coli.
Yeah, exactly.
It's salt water.
Yeah, I know. And we're now getting winds due west. So these waters from the west. So these waters are going to keep blowing the water up here the next couple of hours. I think it's probably going to peak around midnight to 1. So we will see how far up this gets. But we've been prepping the house all day, getting it ready to roll. And right now, it's still feeling pretty good. This place during Ian had water in the garage, but it did not have water in the house. So we are probably about 20 or 30 miles north, or maybe 40 miles north of where it was during Ian. So we should see generally less surge than
we did during that storm. So
Dina said, "Be careful for the alligators."
yeah, yeah, exactly, dude. I'm telling you, there is some sort of fish or something in there.
The shark.
'Cause I was near that earlier, and I heard like a little flip, and I was just like, "Oh no, it's flipping." So there was a little splash in the water. The mailbox. We still got the mailbox. I think we forgot to get the mail today, so that's going to be unfortunate. If there's any magazines or anything in there. But, yeah, and the winds are steadily gusting here to about. I think the last time I checked, it seems like the winds are way higher than they've actually measured. Only about 50 to 55-mile-an-hour gust here. But I think we were in the bands earlier. We were getting more than that. So, telling you, next hurricane we get, we gotta have the freaks come down here.
We'll do a house party.
Maybe not during a Category 5, because I tell you what, watching those wobbles yesterday was nerve-wracking. Because those wobbles, I mean, those affect the ventral landfall location, and that directly affects the surge that you get at a place like this. So, but yeah, I mean, I don't know about you, but I'm shocked we still found it. The fact that we haven't.
I am too. I expected you guys to probably get stronger winds than it seems like you've gotten as well.
I mean, I will say this: it has been constantly like this, and the winds are coming straight out of the west, so I'm shielded right now from the house. But earlier today, when we were in the outer bands, there were some ridiculously strong winds, and there still have been. Everyone talks about that whistling, like the whistling of wind passing through things during a hurricane. I hear that. You hear, we drove past we walked past a downed palm tree earlier that was in the middle of the road. I felt like Vince, getting my chainsaw and cutting it in half, which is, I learned it from him, right? Yeah, it's been a pretty crazy 24 hours here in Naples. But I tell you what, I mean, everything that people say, oops, my hands are covering the camera. Everything that people say about hurricanes is true. The sounds, the smells, it's eerie, right? And I'm out right now, and I can hear a fire alarm or something, like the three things going off. I don't know what that is, but it's going to be. There's a big gust there too. But it's just I don't think I've ever been in a hurricane. And granted, I'm 200 miles away from the center, but this thing is an absolute beast in the wind field. Even being 200 miles away, I mean, I can't even imagine what it's like in Tampa right now, where they're getting an extreme wind warning, winds of 130 miles an hour. I guess maybe 115 now with the new advisory. Probably less in the surface too, but still, they're probably getting walloped pretty good. I think Tampa Bay is still going to get some storm surge, but they're going to get surge, but it's definitely not going to be as bad in Tampa Bay as it could have been. Just a couple hours before landfall, the trends were really took a northern wobble and then took an eastern wobble, and it looks like it may have spared Tampa Bay somewhat. So
they did report 100-mile-per-hour gust in the Tampa Bay area.
Yeah, that would not surprise me. And keep in mind too, everyone, like these, a lot of times friction buildings cut down on winds significantly inland. So you think, oh well, it was only 100 miles an hour, but you go right off the coast and it's 115, right? That's over open waters generally, the winds are much stronger than they are going across the buildings. So yeah, it's a pretty crazy night here in Naples, Florida. Well,
it's a good update.
Yeah, we're watching these surge levels very closely. They do continue to rise, but we should be. We're definitely safe. We have it upstairs, and we've got plenty of room before this thing would actually even get close to the house. So that's why the building codes in Southwest Florida are the way they are. in situations like this. So, your house won't flood. Cool. Well, I'm going to head back in. And Phil, I might bug out for a bit. We got a couple more things I got to do. But I'll try to periodically check in. However much longer you run the stream, just let me know. But if our stream isn't running, I'll try to post updates when I can on Twitter or YouTube as this continues to rise. If things get really crazy and water comes up to the garage, then I'll be probably less likely to check in. But it won't be because I'm not safe. It'll just be because I'm trying to moving rugs and other things, moving basketballs. I don't get in the water. So.
All right, sounds
Cool.
good. I'm going to keep it running for a while. So
all right, keep it running. I'll try to check back
updated.
in.
Sounds good.
I'll try to check back in here, guys. Thanks.
All right, be safe.
See ya.
All right, so I'm in the process. I'm looking to see if I can find some good cameras. I'm looking down, kind of down by St. Petersburg, Bradenton. I think they're getting some pretty good winds down there. Having trouble seeing the video though. Florida DOT's not playing. Oh, here we go. Yeah, that stinks. Don't like that one. Let's see what we got here. This looks like the storm still has a little bit of a northeast track, but not going north that much. Last 9 o'clock update. Present movement 60 degrees at 15 miles per hour. So it's got a little northeast movement, but it seems certainly more east than north. So it's kind of cutting right across the center. So I'm looking for some good cameras here. I'm gonna try and get some. Go back to the. See what the Skyway Bridge looks like. Tampa. Not seeing any video cameras. They turned all their video cameras off. Yeah, Florida DOT camera is not great. Ooh, this one looks pretty windy. See in the lower left-hand corner, this is near Vina del Mar Island, near Tampa. So this is on a bridge up there. It's interesting, people are parked on the bridge. It's kind of awkward. Maybe they're patrol cars. Lights aren't on though. Interesting. We got Vince's camera in the upper left. We've got our weather on the Meower for Tampa right below that on the left via Weather Star. We have our Allison House data radar. And our Hurricane Vision AI. This is the Hurricane Vision. This is showing probability of 50 knot winds, which is probably close to 60-ish miles per hour. Hey, freaks, it's Phil back on. It is 9:46 p.m. And I am going to bring it to our chat. Looks like we've got Mama G is in. Looks like Fuzzy just showed up. What's up, Fuzzy? Looks like Nikki is back or is here. She might have taken a break, but Nikki's back. But here's the point. We've got about 7 diehards on right now as I look at it. So I'm going to ask the chat, do you guys want me to keep this up and keep it running just in case Brady decides to come back? Or, and he might not, I don't know. But do you want me to keep this up still for a little while? Music I'm playing right now is called Lofi. Little Lofi. How about Into Space? Feeding the Ducks. Feeding the Ducks. I don't know if I like that one. Yeah, I don't like that one much. Little dance pop. All right, so here's what we're gonna do. Mama G says it's up to you. Fuzzy said I'm fine with whatever. Looking forward to the show tomorrow. So yeah, just a reminder, tomorrow it's Serena's podcast takeover, so that'll be exciting. Serena is running the show. Well, not running the show, but she put the show together herself. And its focus is on weather apps. So this ought to be fun to talk about. She's got a couple guests coming in that have or have created weather apps. Some of them you've probably heard of. I'm not going to spoil anything more than that. But otherwise, she's got it set up to be a fairly traditional show like we normally do. Sounds like we're going to have a lightning round, and we're going to have weather fools still. And so one of the things I've done is I told all the co-hosts, I said, you guys can do a podcast takeover, pick a date, and you can do whatever you want. Like, you can run it like we do our normal shows, or you can just do completely something different. I said it's completely up to you. Design it the way and create it the way you want. And so Serena's is tomorrow and on weather apps, but it's going to be kind of along the lines of our traditional shows is how she's setting that up. So should be good. Should be a lot of fun. Serena gets to run it. She's going to be the main host. And the fun part is I now get to just sit back and make some comments from the peanut gallery. So that should be exciting for us to be able to do that. So that is tomorrow, 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 o'clock Central. So just jump on over to our YouTube channel where you're seeing us right now and catch that. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go ahead. And call it a night. We've had Landfall. So you guys can kind of keep an eye. I know everybody that's still on. I know all of you at this point anyway, and you know where to find all this good stuff. And keep an eye on Vince. Vince is still streaming, so jump over to Vince's YouTube channel and watch him, listen to him. Just before I jumped on, he was bitching and complaining about something being dark and no one else is on the road. Wind's whipping him around. So classic Vince. And Vince and I are scheduled next month to get together and record some things that I think you are going to be will be very entertaining. I will say that much. He and I are going to do some recordings of some stuff. So a little teaser there on that. So, all right, I am going to. We're going to call it a show. So again, I want to appreciate and shout out to our mods. So Mama G and Nikki and Carly were all on helping us out today. So again, thanks for doing that, gals. And hey, we'll catch you guys. We'll catch you soon. Have a good one.